lying, cheating, and stealing, and trying to prosecute Donald Trump. Then the situation got even worse because Jim Jordan threatened to hold Fani Willis in contempt of Congress for not fully complying with the subpoenas for documents related to the investigation. Does anybody comply with subpoenas anymore? Does anybody? I don't know why we even worry about subpoenas anymore. Now remember, she's the one that brought the RICO charges against Trump for his attempt to supposedly interfere with the 2020 election in Georgia. And then that case became mired in scandal after it was revealed that she appointed her secret lover, Nathan Wade, as a special prosecutor to handle the RICO aspect of the criminal charges, for which he has zero experience.
It's funny!
And Fani Willis over at MSNBC is really upset about it.
Let's start with the federal government and Jim Jordan. Mm-hmm. Jim Jordan has time after time after time attacked my office with no legitimate purpose. Anyone who knows Jim Jordan's history knows that he only has the purpose of trying to interfere in a criminal investigation. He has now turned his tricks to he's going to look at grant programs, which I invite him to do, and we have complied with his subpoenas, but yet he continues his attacks to try to interfere in a criminal investigation, while his jurisdiction has one of the worst crime rates, has poverty issues, and not one time has he used his position.
Wait. He's a congressman. He's not the DA. If Jim Jordan has a problem with that DA, then he can go investigate that DA. But the allegation here is that you misuse federal funds. If you have an allegation that the DA in his Ohio jurisdiction is misusing federal funds, bring them forward, sweetheart. We'd love to hear them.
To try to investigate people who are attacking me and attacking others legitimately doing their jobs, making him illegitimate in his position, and it's disgusting. And so I bring that up at the federal level because now at the state level, they've decided to follow this clown's lead. Mm-hmm. And they want to now try to interfere in an investigation, and it's not legitimate either. And so it shall fail, and it's not going to go anywhere. But they are trying to attack me at every level.
Clowns to the left of me, clowns to the right of me. Everywhere I look, clowns, clowns, clowns.
That's pretty much all I got.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has left the building.
I'm ready. You hear all the time people say, I lost the weight and then I put it all back on. Over and over and over again. You don't get that with SOTA because SOTA teaches you what your body wants and needs. When you do the SOTA weight loss program, you learn what to eat, what not to eat, how much to eat, to just maintain that good, healthy weight.
Here at SOTA, we obviously focus on weight loss. However, what is most important to us is the habits that you're going to take away for a lifetime. Anytime you feel lost when it comes to food, you have something to fall back on, and that's the education and the coaching, the guidance that you got when you were on our program.
You just work it into your life. You don't feel deprived. You don't feel like you're working too hard. You just feel like you're living the life you want to live. You're keeping the weight off. You're healthier. You're happier.
Let's go.
If you want to learn more, SOTAweightloss.com. It stands for state of the art because it truly is. SOTAweightloss.com.
Precious than innocent human life, which is why I've spent the past 40 years standing up for the value of human life in wrongful death cases across Colorado. I have a 40-year track record of success fighting for the families of those wrongfully killed, which includes not only maximizing the money, but also helping survivors force changes that will help save lives moving forward. If you need my help, call 303-770-5551 or hit dancaplisslaw.com.
Plumbing, heating, cooling,
Pulling electric and drains? Think Plumline Services. With quality brands like Carrier and always plumb crazy value. I use Plumline in my home on a mission of excellence with character and ethics. Clear drains, fix leaks, wiring, and quality Carrier systems. Plumline Services. From Castle Rock to Fort Collins. Service at home. Servants at heart. 25 years strong. PlumlineServices.com. Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Signing on for 30 years of mortgage debt is the worst financial decision you could make, regardless of what interest rate you have. On a Life Changer loan, the average client pays off in just 5 years because they pay 100% principal first with all of their income, because they're able to do their banking inside of their mortgage. The future of banking and mortgage is here. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Life Changer Loan Corp is a licensed Colorado mortgage company. NMLS 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Enjoy beautiful new countertops, granite, quartz, other natural stone, or solid surfaces. Call the Art of Granite first for wholesale pricing on all materials. They only charge for fabrication and installation. Get prices on the phone. With the Art of Granite, you can have beautiful new countertops in just 2 weeks. Plus, when you do the kitchen, the bath vanity is free. Tear out and hallway is also free. TheArtOfGranite.com. 303-386-5919. TheArtOfGranite.com.
Steve Powers here. Have you seen the 2024 Polestar 2 featuring Scandinavian design, sustainable materials, and responsible manufacturing ideology? Take delivery on a new 2024 Polestar 2 today. Lease a Polestar 2 and lock in discounts up to $11,500 on in-stock, ready-to-deliver units. Right now, Polestar Denver is currently offering $299 a month lease payments. The deals are electric, so drive into the electric age with Polestar Denver, a McDonald family dealership. Visit us at 240 St. Paul Street in the heart of Cherry Creek North.
Do you know what you will never hear when using Frank Duran, the real estate man?
No gimmicks, no fluff, and no play on words. Your best interest is what's important to me.
That's Frank, and he guarantees results.
I back you up with a true written performance guarantee.
Backed by a team of experts, but he oversees every deal.
I'm with you every step of the way.
Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622 with RE/MAX Alliance.
Don't trust your biggest financial investment with just anyone.
This report is sponsored by Bank of America.
Keep the umbrella handy for today. We've got some spotty showers through the morning, a better chance as we head into this afternoon. A much cooler day, too, with highs in the low 60s. I'm Box 31, Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses, so you can make every move matter. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America N.A. Copyright 2024.
We depend on our drinking water supply daily, but where does that water come from? Your water provider encourages you to get to know your local water source so together we can protect and preserve it. The investments we make as a community to protect our water source now ensure we have a sustainable drinking water supply for the future. Visit drinktap.org to learn more. This message is brought to you by the American Water Works Association and your local water provider.
We've become so much more than a fixed frequency from a radio tower.
Take your radio with you.
630 KHOW is now available on multiple platforms and thousands of devices. Listen to Denver's talk station from anywhere.
A stream online
at khow.com.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Listen on the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. Several demonstrators interrupted Secretary of State Antony Blinken's testimony before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee.
The President's FY25 budget.
Pro-Palestinian demonstrators were taken out of the room. Meanwhile, French President Emmanuel Macron has broken with allies and saying he supports the International Criminal Court decision to seek arrest warrants related to the Israel-Hamas war. Includes warrants for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel's defense minister. In New York, the defense rested in former President Trump's criminal hush money trial without Trump testifying in his own defense. Closing arguments will take place next week. One person was killed when a Singapore Airlines flight encountered turbulence en route from London to Singapore. The airport manager in Bangkok, where the plane diverted, said 7 people were seriously hurt. A total of 30 are hospitalized. There were 4 Americans on board. This is ABC News. A Russian general who was relieved of duty last year after complaining about equipment shortages in Ukraine is now facing charges of bribery. Russian reports say General Ivan Popov's arrest comes after similar charges against a former Russian defense official. There's more violent weather potentially in store for several Midwestern states today, and ABC's Jim Ryan says this follows 3 more twisters yesterday.
So far, 17 people have died in the 686 confirmed tornadoes that have struck the United States this year. On Sunday in Hydro, Oklahoma,
I took about 2 steps. The house was moving, and I said, it's too late now.
the mobile home where Cole and Heather Sherman lived was picked up, flipped, and torn apart.
Not many make it out, so we're part of the very few that made it out alive.
Their home was destroyed and their possessions scattered, but the Shermans had only minor injuries.
Looks like visitor fees are paying off for Venice, Italy. The city says in its first 11 days it collected about $1 million. I'm Brian Clark, ABC News.
Keyboard Cat, Hamilton the Pug, and Toast Meets World. These are some of the internet's most beloved pets. With millions of YouTube views, shares, Instagram likes, followers, and fans across the globe. But what do all these amazing pets have in common? Their stories started in a shelter. Start your story. Adopt a dog or cat today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org to find a shelter or adoptable pets near you. Training that pet to play the keyboard? Well, that's entirely up to you. Visit theshelterpetproject.org and hear more about Hamilton the Pug, Toast, and Keyboard Cat's amazing adoption stories. Start a story. Adopt a shelter or rescue pet today. Your perfect pet is just a click away at theshelterpetproject.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
People living in Yuma are cleaning up after a major hailstorm pummeled the town last night. Hailstones at least the size of golf balls shattered the windows of cars, homes, and businesses, left the ground completely covered. The hail caused cars to slide off roads, block drainage systems, resulting in some street flooding. A power line was also knocked down during the storm, sparking a small fire. Arapahoe County has a $9 million annual budget to maintain their roads and other infrastructure, but officials say they need $26 million. Public Works and Development Director Brian Weimer tells Fox 31 that has impacted the quality of the roads in the county.
Our goal is to have 85% in excellent good fare. We're at 59%.
The county is asking residents for feedback on several options to deal with the budget shortfall. Those options include budget cuts, along with ballot measures to approve a county sales tax and allow the county to raise its mill levy to its pre-Tabor level. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
We are seeing some slowdowns near the downtown area. Colorado Boulevard, a crash at the intersection of Colfax has bunching in all directions. I-25 north and southbound returning to highway speeds. We are still seeing some slowdowns. 25 southbound between 48th and Spear Boulevard. Heading out west, I-70 westbound after Kipling Street, a crash off on the right shoulder has slow driving back from Sheridan. This one is repairing rather quickly. Expect speeds to return to normal within the next few minutes. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. It's sunny this morning, but it's a cool one out there. High 61. Expecting some scattered thunderstorms later this afternoon. The current temperature in Denver is 57 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Make sure your family is well taken care of with life insurance. Protect your phones, laptops, and more with electronic device insurance. And even cover your furry friends with pet health insurance. Visit Progressive.com or call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
Hi folks, Dan Cicchini, Done Right Home Improvements. My wife Susan and I started Done Right in our garage in 1985, doing a little of everything. We've grown to be one of the largest companies of our kind in Colorado, specializing in kitchens, baths, counters, floors, finished basements, and windows and doors, serving Colorado for nearly 40 years. And what an adventure it's been. We've learned that the fundamentals of a successful business never change. That is, treat people like you want to be treated, do good work, price fairly, and back up what you say. That's our success formula. Here's our son Todd.
That's right, Dad. Been
hearing that my whole life from you and Mom. Folks, whether it's a first-class kitchen renovation, an awesome turnkey bathroom remodel, a full-service basement finish for some extra space, or replacement windows and doors that will wow you, give us a call. With an 8% scheduling incentive and bank financing to ask about, now couldn't be a better time.
Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, finished basements, windows, and doors. You have our word. We'll treat you right at Done Right. Call us to reserve your spot in our schedule. 303-722-2295, 800-362-8370, or drhi.com.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW.
Yeah. Ripped off. Bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. We are solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints, making your life a little easier. I got Brian with me from Compass Insurance. I love insurance shows. We'll talk about insurance. Insurance is on everyone's mind right now. Every aspect of insurance, from health, casualty, life, cars, everything. They're all up. All up. And listen, it should not be hard to figure out. Insurance, which, by the way, acts a lot like a security, which it's not, but it's money in, pooled, profits, payments. Now, obviously, we don't invest in insurance usually. We just get insurance. But the companies invest to keep it alive. And losses that are sustained affect premiums. We'll talk about that coming up. Right now, Crystal, though, wants to talk about an issue. And this is a weird one. I went through the emails. And unless I'm missing something, I do want to bring Crystal up. Again, you really need to know that I swear to you that I look at every aspect to try to get to something that I can hang on and go to the dealer and say this or go to them and say that. Crystal and Cody, or whoever's on Crystal, I went through every single email. There is no guarantee. In fact, if anything, the notes to you indicated that your car was drivable and that you shouldn't have left it there that long and that they were not going to pay for your rentals. You told me you had a guarantee that they were going to pay 5 months of your rental. I mean, unless I am totally disconnected, where was that email?
If you go through the emails, you can see that a lot of this was verbal between Tanya and Adam Solano and myself.
Not one of them said they would pay for your rental beyond 10 days. Not one of them. The best I could find was 10 days. And what about the one saying your car was drivable? There was no reason to leave it there 5 months.
See, that's not what I was told.
But every one of them said they told you your car's drivable, your car's drivable. I mean, I would have at least called and said, what the hell's going on? And don't you think they would have said, come pick up your car? They all claim that they told you to pick up your car, and they don't know why it's still there.
Right. And absolutely,
listen,
I did call.
Here's what I'm going to tell you. I promise people one thing. I promise to look at things objectively and then hope. It's not really objectively, because what I do is I look at what went wrong and why does the other side feel this way. Then I look at it totally objectively. Then I look at it, how do I get the consumer help, even if they didn't have all their ducks in a row. But in your case, there's not one thing in that. I mean, if you go to court, you're going to lose. But maybe you should try small claims court just because it's under the 7,500. But I'm looking at it, hoping to find something. There's nothing there that anyone would conclude that, oh yeah, she was covered. But why did they, in these emails, make all these references to your car being not ready, but you can drive it until the parts come in? Why didn't you go get your car?
Because I was told that it may never drive over 30 miles per hour again.
But they never, okay.
That's what I was told.
And I looked on the internet, and not one person with this recall, not one person was told they could not drive. And I don't know where the 30-mile-an-hour limit came in. I don't see any reference to that in any of your emails. I just don't see anything. That's just
it, is that I was told if I don't do all of these service procedures that, my truck may never go over 30 miles per hour again. And
but they told you until they get the parts, you can drive it.
And also the battery was dead when I picked it up. They couldn't even find my vehicle on the lot because the battery was dead and it was a brand new battery.
I had to. I just don't think you're going to get $5,000 from 5 months of rentals. You're not.
I'm not worried about the $5,000. I'm worried about the public impact.
Public impact?
Because they're doing this to a lot of people. Yes, they are.
Well,
and
okay.
I feel really sorry for people who are
that's
living
different. Wait a minute.
check.
So I thought you were looking for reimbursement for 5 months of rental. I'm sorry. You're looking now for a public campaign to help others. Get me in touch with victims and tell me what they're doing to these victims.
Well, I sent you the emails. Did you look at any of those?
Yes, I looked at all of them. What is this? Just tell me what they're doing, because they have a recall. Ford has a recall. The cars are drivable.
The screenshots I sent you of the reviews from other people.
Yeah,
In fact, Martin Champagne's assistant called me back yesterday, a consumer rights lawyer, paralegal, and she just went through the same thing with the same dealership. So, I mean,
are
this
they
is
suing
happening.
that dealer for this? Because, see, what I see is this.
No, but they're going to be subpoenaed to appear. Yeah.
Okay. Mark my words. They will not be subpoenaed, and there will not be a lawsuit. And I'll tell you why. Because the dealer is at the mercy of the manufacturer on this recall. I don't want to be in a position. Here's what I hate doing. I hate being in a position where I'm arguing with someone who called me for help, because I'm not saying I don't want to help. I'm not saying it would be great. It wouldn't be great if they paid for this or paid for that, or if the world was perfect and in a recall they had a fix, but the dealer is not in control of that. So if this consumer rights lawyer is doing a lawsuit, get part of it and see if you can get reimbursed. Listen, in the past, I have made comments like this and been dead wrong. I have been dead wrong. I have. In other cases, I've been right. More right than wrong. But here's what we have. You do not have an ideal situation. I feel for you. I really do. I would be extremely pissed if I had purchased a new truck, but you didn't. You bought a used one. So we were even removed from that a bit. You have an extended warranty on a used product, and the dealer is not doing this to you. It's the manufacturer. If this lawyer, I want to call them. Do you have the name of this consumer rights lawyer that's doing a lawsuit? What I would like to know is what they're suing on. I need to know the aspect they're suing on. Maybe I'm missing something, and I really don't want to miss anything. And I'm not kidding. I want to know what exactly is going on here. So on the, because what is the name? Do you have the name of the attorney?
I do, but I'd rather not say it on air.
Okay, can you give it to us off the air and we'll call him? I just want to know.
Sure,
I want to know about Hey, Kachina.
Well, I was told there are 2 different lawsuits and potentially a class action. So.
Okay, is it against the dealer or Ford? I can see them going after Ford. Is it the dealer or Ford?
Ford and Hertz.
And who? Hertz?
Hertz.
Oh. Okay. I'm just looking up my database here. What did they tell you what the issue was?
Yeah, that there's a lawsuit.
Did they say
through both corporations. So they are basically saying that, as a consumer rights attorney, we see that a lot of people have been impacted by this situation.
By what situation?
And
by the
problem
recall?
Is,
by the what?
Well, the fact that you bring your vehicle in for service, or you purchase a vehicle through that dealer, and then you are not guaranteed, a pre-certified a pre-owned certified situation. So,
okay,
like,
all right.
Listen,
For example, I don't know what you're saying, but I want to call the attorney. Okay, I'm sure I got to find out because here's the deal: when you buy a used car, you're buying it as is, subject to an extended warranty, recalls, and all of that. If they did something intentionally, if they were negligent, I could see that. If they knew they had a problem and they sold it anyway, and they covered up the problem, they would have something. What I need to know is what this attorney found that they're suing on, and then maybe we can pursue that with the dealer, and maybe that dealer will say, you know what? Instead of this woman joining that lawsuit, maybe we'll do something for her. Meanwhile, what I would do is try to go to small claims court. But I'm going to tell you what your weaknesses are, okay? Because I want you to be strong. I'm not telling you your weaknesses because I want you to be weak. You have no clear agreement that they're going to pay for your rental. You have every indication that your car did not have to sit there and that you have an obligation to mitigate damages, meaning you drive your truck as long as you can because they did not tell you it could not be driven. No one told you it could not be driven. On the internet, people are driving with similar problems. Then you say there's a problem with the dealer doing something and they somehow owe you something because of some certified used car. I'm telling you that in my humble opinion, you are off base thinking you have a case. But I want to talk to the attorney. I really do, because I've been wrong before and I'm probably wrong this time. So let's talk to the attorney. Kachina, get the name of the attorney and ask them if they can shed any light whatsoever on this. Okay, so people listening, here's what happened. They bought a used truck. Okay, they have an extended warranty. They bought it from a dealer. It's a Ford truck. Here's what they have. They have a situation where there was a recall. They took it in and it sat there 5 months. She said she had a clear-cut agreement, is what she told me, that they were going to pay for the rental as long as it took. There is not one indication they said that, not one. And I'm looking for it. Mark, do you want to go? Is Mark on? Do you want to go through this stuff if I send it to you? Can you look to see if I missed something? Because
I already looked at it. I saw nothing about a rental. I looked at it yesterday.
Well, there's stuff about rentals, all kinds of stuff like alluding to a rental.
No, not about paying for the rental.
Right, that's right. 10 days, that one woman said
to me,
possibly.
this is a manufacturer's deal. I don't know how, I just don't find the whole thing correct. That's
anyway, hold on, okay? And I want to call the attorney, though. Again.
Yeah, and she didn't say an attorney, Tom. She said a paralegal.
No, but she said it was a consumer rights attorney doing the lawsuit. A consumer rights attorney. Veronica has a problem with Fred Loya. I have to take a break, but today is insurance day, so get her to stay on the line. It's a perfect day. Plus, if you have any questions about insurance, homeowners or car insurance, or why your rates went up, or about the spy apps they're putting on your cars now, or about anything to do with insurance, we have Brian Burns with us from Compass Insurance Group. More coming right up.
Hey, it's Jesse Kelly. Are you still on the fence about owning gold? It's time to pull the trigger with the Oxford Gold Group and buy gold and silver. Nobody can predict the future, but we can't put our head in the sand either. The Oxford Gold Group are the pros. They make owning gold and silver simple and easy to understand. Call Oxford Gold Group right now and you may qualify for up to $10,000 in free precious metals. Call 833-995-GOLD. That's 833-995-GOLD.
You know, people are making a ton of money in the stock market, and then they lose it. Then they make it, then they lose it. That's fine through your life to have some money in the stock market, but at some point, you need security. You need at least some of your money in what's called safety and security, and later income, and mymoneymyway.com can help you with that. Joe Cano is an honest man with great products. One of them, a fixed indexed annuity, where guarantees are put in writing on the rate of return, never to lose principal, never to lose what you've gained, and income for life. Find out more at mymoneymyway.com. It's very straightforward, and it's worth a phone call. 303-779-6600. That's 779-6600.
This is very nice.
situation.
Kelly,
What?
All right, Crystal.
I just want to know if she's going to call that
Are
attorney.
you off your call?
I really want to try to.
There's no attorney involved in that
Mark,
bullshit.
Mark, why do you think I want to know the name of the attorney and call?
So
Why
we're
do you
trying
think?
to get the name
We-
of the lawyer
here
and
we
the
go.
law offices
Here we go.
that you were working with.
When we last joined Crystal, her insanity had come to the surface, but
Okay, no problem. I'm
Good
going to
morning.
put you back on hold so you
Troubleshooter
can
show,
get
did
that
you wanna
information,
keep the
okay?
Tom in the
Hold
game?
on.
oh, sure, we can do that too. Now, don't run off. I'm no help. I'm the idiot running the audio. So I'm going to throw you over to Kelly, and she knows everything. Don't go anywhere. Hang on. Good golly.
Good morning. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show. How can I help you?
Good morning.
All right.
Uh-huh.
Oh, ma'am.
Well, to me, it seems like they would have plenty of pork. Maybe.
Okay. What's your name, sir? Arnold? Arnold? Okay. Perfect. Are you familiar with our show, sir?
Because we're not.
Yeah, scare the hell out of them.
Perfect.
Go
So
on,
you
Kelly. Scare
understand
'em.
that we are a consumer advocacy show, and we'll definitely
And you're going to be
help
on,
you
and
with your
people are going to
problem.
listen to you, and Tom's
We
going to
don't
argue
do
with you.
off-air
Tell them the whole
calls.
thing.
We only do on-air calls.
We strap you to a chair and attract.
Mark!
Mark, are you there?
And advice is
Yes.
What the hell is going on with your camera, man?
Dude, it's just a pain in the ass remotely.
Okay.
It eats fucking bandwidth. It's a bitch.
Okay.
Well, you wanted to be in showbiz.
Yeah.
You wanted to live in the country.
I was thinking of taking the show on the road and doing it from different people's homes.
that's another next door, by the way.
Another next door person wouldn't go on the air just now. That's something. What's the filter happening?
Well, she scares the hell out of him. You don't have to make such a big deal about it. Just say, look, Tom, love to talk to you on the air. I'll keep your identity completely,
It wasn't that. He was willing to get assistance, but he thought it was literally free help.
Well, it is free help.
It is, but they have to go on air.
And
once they
tell him
hear
why.
that-
Tell him that's how we rally the forces.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Well, she always does this thing where she
And if
says,
you- and
there's
you know what?
other people in your situation.
I can still give him limited help if he writes to me, and then I'll talk.
Yeah,
him
we
into
do that. We tell them that.
well, in this situation, the guy wanted to get his paperwork together before he went on air, so he's
All right.
Okay,
We'll
good.
see what
Thank
happens. Well, everybody thinks they're
Brian
calling.
Burns is like that too. He came here and said, "Wait, we're on the radio." I mean, it's like, "Hello, Brian."
Well, everybody thinks they're calling the A team or the.
I love when
Equalizer or
people
some
come on and
crap.
say, "Wait, am I on the radio?" No, you're not. This is In fact, I still think I'm on the radio.
You are.
I'm in the nursing home. Ryan is one of my caseworkers. They
Chris,
send guests here as my caseworker.
Paperwork available. Crystal.
Hey, Mark.
Crystal.
We got a best
Yes.
of for Monday?
Yeah, we will.
Who's we, MFer?
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. The Federal Trade Commission, by the way, has completely banned non-compete agreements and contracts. They even took away some of the exclusions on them we'll talk about coming up. Right now, let me talk to Veronica. By the way, we have Compass Insurance Group with us. They don't deal with Fred Loya. They deal with a bunch of companies, but I'm just going to say this right up front so people know that I'm prejudiced right off the bat. Most of our complaints come from State Farm, Farmers, Allstate, American Family, and Fred Loya. They're the top 5 worst companies on the planet. What's going on, Veronica?
Hi. I have a bus that I'm converting into a mobile grooming unit.
Oh, really? What kind of a bus? Is it a short bus or a big bus or what kind?
It's kind of like a short bus.
Okay.
It's those buses that pick up the elderly.
Yeah.
Okay, that size bus. Okay, I'm converting it into a mobile grooming unit, and it was almost done. And in the beginning of March, a lady apparently had a seizure and ran it right into my bus.
Oh, wait. She was in a car and ran into the bus after having a seizure.
Oh man, this is tricky
Mark,
stuff.
hold on. Mark, don't give it away. I'm going to tell her who was this woman insured by?
Fred Loya Insurance.
Okay, but I want to explain something to you because now I don't like Fred Loya, but I'm forced to say something right now. And Brian, we had a case in the past where a guy had a heart attack. He ran into people, did devastating damages, and his insurance would not cover him. Now listen, Veronica, are you calling by any chance because the Fred Loya said we're not covering it?
No, they want to total my bus out.
I can't. First of all, I just want to say this. I can't believe they're even going to consider covering it. Do you know why? Mark was Mark wanted to spill the beans. Brian, tell him why.
Yeah, there are exceptions to this.
All right,
by the way.
tell me the exception. But first, tell me why most companies wouldn't under these kinds of circumstances.
Well, you're not held liable in the case of a medical-induced accident, and if it was a heart attack, if it was a seizure, you're not going to be held liable for the damages.
However, you said
if it
so in the case of the intersection, the guy had a heart attack. They said it was a sudden something. They called it. They called it a health problem, and they're not liable. It was not negligent, and they didn't cover it.
Right. If it can be foreseen, in other words, if it's happened before, if this is a regular occurrence, seizures,
then it could be.
You could be held liable with that
because
you should know
negligent.
better than to be driving around.
All right.
Yes.
So maybe this guy had frequent. Go ahead.
I think that's what the case was because there was a criminal case, and the DA sent me something stating that that they are held responsible.
Okay, now, and the DA wouldn't make that determination. The DA would only make that determination traffic-wise, not liability-wise to you. But here's the deal. I'm hoping that this is such a terrible situation because your bus had more value than the actual value.
Yes. But that shouldn't be a limitation for her unless it was her own insurance causing this. In other words, you have a contract with your company, and if you haven't added coverage for those modifications, by all means, I understand that.
let's put it this way. What stage of the restoration or conversion were you in?
It was almost complete.
Okay.
They were ready to put the equipment in, the bathtub, the tables.
But was it painted and spruced up? And,
yes.
Okay, now.
Yes.
What year is this bus?
It's a 2003.
And are they trying to price it as just a raw, regular, used, old 2003 bus?
Yes.
What kind of bus is it?
It's a Ford. It's Ford F350, I want to say.
And it literally looks like a bus.
Yes.
Okay, now, what do they say it's worth?
They're saying it's worth $4,200.
What did you buy the bus for, first of all, in this raw condition?
I bought it for $4,500.
And they're offering $42,000.
Then, yes, and then I put
hold on. I'm making notes here. So you bought it for $45,000, right?
Yes.
And you put how much into it?
Tires, paint.
Well, no, I don't need to know that. What I need to know is the price.
About $10,000.
So you're into it, and I wouldn't be surprised at all. So you're into it for about. Now that doesn't count the equipment that did not get installed.
That doesn't count the equipment. No.
Okay, so you're into it for around $15,000.
Yes.
Okay, and they say, oh God, these jerks. So they're not giving you any value for any of that, right?
Not only that, I didn't find out until yesterday when I made various calls, and I finally got a call back, and they told me about the offer. The person on the phone did not tell me that there was a deadline that it expires.
Well, that doesn't. There's no deadline. That's artificial. They can't make a deadline on you. Forget that crap.
Well, they did, and then guess what? It's tomorrow.
Whoa! Wait, hold on. Tell me what happens if you go past the deadline. Tell me what happens.
They just give me the $4,200.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Yeah,
no, they don't. What law says that? Tell me what law says we can hit you and make our own deadline. Tell me what law that is.
I don't know.
Yeah, they're full of crap is what I'm telling you. Who told you that there's a deadline?
Well, the email they sent me yesterday, I read it, and it says that it's a 10-day offer, and it expires on the 23rd. That's a 10-day
offer. That doesn't mean they can't make another 10-day offer, or a 20-day offer, or a 30-day offer, or a one-day offer. They can do whatever they want. This is bull crap. Listen, here's what I want to know, Veronica. When did this accident happen?
The beginning of March, the first week of March.
Okay, so we're good. Thanks for not waiting to call. Now,
yeah, but
Brian,
would Fred Loya actually be liable to cover for all these improvements she did?
Of course.
How does that work?
Of course they would.
Why wouldn't they? They did
destroyed
the
her
damage.
property.
That was her property.
Okay.
I don't understand why it would even be a question. I mean, they did the damage. Now, the question I would have is, do you have insurance?
No. Because it's $700 to insure that bus, and I have not started working.
Where was it parked, though? Please don't tell me it was on a public street.
No, it was on a property.
On your property?
Yes.
You know what? She's got a good case to get this covered.
The only issue is she's going to have to do the work to sue. In other words, she can't just turn it to her insurance then let them go after it. So it's just more work.
But listen, Veronica, listen. Mm-hmm. You need to forget about Fred Loya right now. And unfortunately, to sue above $7,500, you're going to have to go to county court. Small claims court is $7,500. They want to total it. That means not only do they give you $4,200, but they want to take the bus, right?
Well, they have two options. They can give me $4,500 and take the bus, or they can give me $4,200 and I can keep the bus.
Yeah, no, you're not going to take either of them. This is wrong.
I know.
This is flat out wrong.
I mean, I don't want a new bus, but I just want the repairs.
You've been working on this.
Done.
How long have you been working on it?
This has been my dream.
How long have you been working on it? No, I can hear it in your voice. I want to help you. How long have you been working on it?
For about a year.
Did you do most of the work yourself on it?
Yes, and then I had someone come in to do the walls and everything else, and the paint.
Man, so tell me this. Okay, hold on. I got to take a break. Just hold on, Veronica. This is pissing me off. 303-713-TALK. By the way, Fix It 24/7 has the best extreme clean, adjust and tune your AC. There's nothing more thorough to get the dirt out, to improve efficiency, which will save you money in the long run. $39. FixMyHome.com.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local.
What, you mean like apologizing to me?
No.
.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
We are seeing some slowdowns near the downtown area. Colorado Boulevard, a crash at the intersection of Colfax has bunching in all directions. I-25 north and southbound returning to highway speeds. We are still seeing some slowdowns. 25 southbound between 48th and Spear Boulevard. Heading out west, I-70 westbound after Kipling Street, a crash off on the right shoulder has slow driving back from Sheridan. This one is repairing rather quickly. Expect speeds to return to normal within the next few minutes. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. It's sunny this morning, but it's a cool one out there. High 61. Expecting some scattered thunderstorms later this afternoon. The current temperature in Denver is 57 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 K-House.
Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options, an easy-to-use mobile app, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states or situations.
Okay, the Art of Granite has the most extraordinary deal you ever want to hear.
They have a bunch of remnants from doing such an extraordinary job on countertops. They have quartzite, they have marble, they have granite, they have all kinds, okay? Now listen to this. If you want to pick from their remnants, some of them are almost as big as a slab, so you can do a small kitchen counter and whatever. If you pick from their remnants, you get the materials free, you just pay for the fabrication and installation. There's no bull. For this or any other countertop, you can get a price right now on the phone, 303-386-5919. It's an extraordinary deal, free materials, theartofgranite.com. Genesis Total Exteriors is in the business of making your life easier. Right now, they've taken on mold inspection and mitigation. I am so happy about that because so many people discover mold and automatically think their house is ruined or they'll never get past it. First of all, Genesis will give you an accurate assessment of what that mold is and then get rid of it the most efficient, cost-effective way. And they do all of your exterior work as well. GenesisTotalExteriors.com.
That was wonderful.
How much time do I have?
Thank you, Tom.
Beautiful.
Now Mark wants to yell at you.
Hey, Brian.
Yes, sir.
So, just kind of help me out here.
How much time do I have?
I got an old $500 car. Piece of shit, total piece of shit.
3 minutes.
Worth 500 bucks.
4 minutes.
I put a $40,000 TV in it.
Right.
Just for the fuck of it.
Okay.
And then someone hits me.
Yep.
And the car's totaled. Now, let's take it two routes. One, the TV's broke. Do they owe me $40,000 for the TV? And then two, the TV's not broke, but it's mounted in the car. How would that work?
So yeah, you're saying this is they've modified the vehicle by putting a TV in it. Basically, is what your example is here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying like a party bus. You take an old bus and you turn it into a stripper pole bus.
Right.
And now you have a big TV and a karaoke machine.
Sure.
So when someone hits you, do they owe you everything in there?
I've hired Mick Jagger, and now he's singing in the back seat, and he ends up injured. What do we do?
Exactly.
Now we're getting into another lawsuit. Yes. If you have upgraded your vehicle, if you put the money in, you can show receipts to that effect, and it's modifications. If the TV is just inside of there now, not mounted, that's personal property. You can still go after them for it. Your auto policy wouldn't pay for that. But if you've modified the vehicle, whoever hits you and does damage to your car, they're responsible for what the actual value is.
My point is, it sounds like, and we can probably ask her better, but it sounds like she took a bus and she put in equipment to give dogs and cats fucking haircuts in her bus.
Right.
So I'm saying if all that equipment's fine to move out of the bus and put in another one, I don't even understand what the betterment is in this circumstance.
Agreed, but
I doubt whoever hit her broke a table.
She said the value that she just gave us of the 15 or whatever that she put in, 15,000, is not even with the equipment. The equipment, I'm with you. If you can move the equipment to another bus,
But she said she did most of the work herself,
I
but
know,
brought
that was
someone
the
in
last
to
little
paint
piece
it.
she threw in, though. But you would have to have receipts to the effect of what you've done. If you can establish a value, you would have to be able to show that in court, of course, you know. But if what I'm telling you is just because you bought a car for $5,000 and you put a bunch of money into it, whoever hits you is responsible for whatever the damage of that vehicle is.
Yeah. Well, here's the other sad reality in this one. This woman is not going to be able to put $10,000 down on a retainer. No. I mean, it's just not going to happen.
Well, she made mention it was a $700 insurance policy and she didn't buy it. Obviously, you can see here, if she would have gotten her own insurance and established the value with the modifications, she'd be covered right now, and they would go after the other person. But how much luck do you think you're going to have suing someone that has Fred Loya?
No, you're going to have zero.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I'm just saying
there's no bad faith. There's nothing. There's nothing to go after.
Don't look at Mark. Don't look at it as a vehicle. Look at it like it was a piece of her property. That's all that matters.
No, I think you missed a big part of that, though, man. She said she did everything over the last year. What does that mean? She brought a table in and bolted it down? That doesn't increase the value by $15,000.
Obviously, you're right. We don't know what she did, but let's just assume she had $10,000 worth of stuff in there. Let's assume that.
Okay, now let's assume she couldn't afford the $700 insurance policy, but she's going to have $10,000 for a retainer.
Yeah, she's going to, in other words, to sue. She's gonna have to have a retainer.
I didn't say that, but I'm saying in the perfect world, they're responsible for destroying her property, period.
Yeah. But if she is counting on that, the
Here we go.
hours she put in, that's going to be really hard to get that
K-How.
All right, we had a discussion off the air, and I just want to talk about this. First of all, I just want to tell you about, Denver Regen for weight loss, denverregen.com. They're going crazy, okay? So I don't know how long this program will last, but it's $250 a month for your weight loss supplement or drug, and that's the semaglutide, genuine semaglutide, but it's compounded, meaning it's the same stuff. So what I want you to do is get in touch with them if you want to get on this weight loss program. denverregen.com. That's with the drugs and the doctor and everything. So I want to talk to, here's the issue we have, Veronica. I am 100% on your side, but here are the few issues we have. So if it was a giant dollhouse in your yard, or it was a bus you're converting, or it was whatever they hit, that party is responsible for what they took from you. It's not here just the vehicle. It is the vehicle and whatever you can substantiate. Just because you say you were working on it a year and have $10,000 invested, Brian brought up a good point. You're going to have a really tough time if you can't come up with receipts and real expenses like tires, paint job.
I have receipts.
Okay, now, when you say $10,000, do you mean you have $10,000 in receipts for the stuff you put into it?
Yes.
Give us an example. And I'm not arguing, but I'm trying to put you to the test.
Okay, the paint was $3,000.
Okay, good. You have a receipt for a professional paint job.
Yes.
What else?
Yes. The construction was close to $5,000.
What construction?
And
what construction?
The walls inside. I had to make cabinets.
Okay.
Just to prepare it, it had to be all waterproofed inside.
Okay.
And area for the generator, for the water pump, water tanks, everything.
Okay, now
all that had to be prepped.
Now, this is really important to know. Can it be fixed?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, have you had people look at it and give you an idea of what it might cost to be fixed?
I actually took the day off today. I have to take it to two places to get an estimate.
Because what I'm thinking is this. Here's what I'm thinking. Mm-hmm. Let's forget about the total value. You know, you say you have $15,000 in it. Let's forget about that. Mm-hmm. Let's say it'll cost $7,500 to fix. Then you could sue in small claims court. What I'm trying to get at is Mark brought up during the break we were talking, and our YouTube morons can hear this, and our streamers, but what he said was you could hardly afford the insurance, and you were waiting until it went on the road to even put up the insurance. How can you afford an attorney? And you can't. So
I can't.
I know. We're going to have to figure out a way to do this without it costing you more than it's worth. So get your estimate and call us back. That's the first thing. See what it will take. Did any of the interior work?
I don't think they're going to care about the estimate whatsoever because they're saying, hey, it's totaled. We'll give you what it's worth.
Mark, we're not going to deal with Fred Loya. The reason for the estimate is to sue the other party in small claims court. She has no contract with Fred Loya. Veronica, what I'd like to know, though, is did they destroy the cabinets and all the interior work, or what was actually hurt?
No, the only thing destroyed inside was a window, the emergency window.
Okay, that's all. Then what about the outside?
Yeah. The outside, it was the driver rear side.
Like
near
how
the
bad is
gas
it?
Tank.
How bad? Do you have a?
It's not that bad.
Okay, now listen.
It's not, but it's the bumper. It's.
I know.
Areas
So what we're
going
to try to get an estimate and call me back. Just do that. That's the first thing, okay? I believe you can sue the driver of she destroyed your property. Okay, it's not a vehicle. Yeah. You're not looking at it like buying a vehicle. It is your personal property, on your property you were working on. You have a right to be reimbursed for what it truly takes to fix it. Now, and then you can substantiate that you want to fix it based on your receipts. I that's the way I would go. I would not even talk to Fred Loya anymore. And once you go to small claims court, they either step in or you get a judgment against this woman, and that woman will have to go to Fred Loya. I just would not mess with them right now. Do one thing at a time. Get your estimate quickly and get back to us. 303-713-TALK. Ron's got a question about hail and
real quick, I got it. Let me ask Brian another question.
Hold on. Ron, ask Ron if he can hold. Mark, I wanted to try to get to him. Go ahead, quick. Let's do it. Go ahead, Mark.
So, Brian, if I repaint my car, I got a little lost in the paint job. So I have a 2000 Ford Taurus that was green, and I go get a paint job for $1,000 at one of these paint job places, and then someone hits me. They owe me an additional $1,000 at that point?
Paint is a hard one because your assumption is that the car is already painted. So I hear you, Mark.
I don't even know how she goes after that $3,000 in paint.
I don't know how many times I can say this. If she was driving on the street as a motor vehicle, it would have been a completely different story than it parked on her personal property as a project. It is personal property. It's Brian, and I'll tell you that I'll defy
so her
you on
homeowners might cover it?
It changes the nature. That woman came onto her property and destroyed something she had. This woman did not have it as a motor vehicle at the time and insured as a motor vehicle. Because you're right, all of those arguments would come into play. If you're driving around a motor vehicle, they would still be responsible somewhat for personal property, but the paint job would be more apropos on the road than it is as on a project car.
Well, and I am curious to see what the cost is to repair this, because let's say the cost to repair the outside is $4,000. She basically just told us there's no damage inside. If they're giving her $4,200,
that's right. That's what I'm getting at. That's why I want her to get an estimate, and we'll figure it out. But Mark's right. You don't just pay out the nose because you got an old vehicle and you put too much money into it.
No, but let's say, Mark, on the flip side, if you put new wheels on the car, you just put $2,000 worth of wheels on the car, and someone slams into you and they total your car, you absolutely should be reimbursed for the $2,000.
That's right. Now, your company, different story.
That's right.
Your company. Their company, they destroyed what's yours. Now, the risk-free service fee, 888heating.com, $28. Let's say you got a water heater you're wondering about. They can come out and service it, flush it, take care of it for $28. If you need a new one, they credit you $28. Or if you need anything else, one time, it's a service fee for $28, 888heating.com, a company you can trust to come out and service with the risk-free service fee. Any plumbing issue, $28. And that gets you the service like a toilet, a running toilet and all that. But if you need something more, they credit you that. 303-770-2776.
Okay.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
It's a busy day of driving throughout the Denver metro, especially as we hit that mid-morning commute. I-25 north and southbound, we're seeing highway speeds through town. Through downtown, watch out for this. Colorado Boulevard, we have an earlier accident at the intersection of Colfax, bunching in all directions. Hopefully this one clears up soon. Out east near DIA, E470 southbound, slow traffic through road work between 104th and Pena Boulevard, seeing about a 5-minute delay there. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, scattered thunderstorms later today. It's a cool one out there comparatively. High 61, overnight low of 40, warming up tomorrow, high 71. The current temperature is 61 degrees with your Impact Traffic and weather. Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, and RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered. Visit Progressive.com or call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Ideal Home Loans is still making home loans, but they got something no one else does. The interest rate guarantee. If rates go down, you get refinanced free of charge, and rates will go down. You're protected, so you can move now. You can get the refi for the high interest debt, and pay that off, or you can find a home and buy one. And then with Ideal Home Loans, you're covered. 303-867-7000, 867-7000. Lazy Days RV has you covered with an RV as well. If you want an RV, a new or used, you want a camper trailer, you want a bumper pull, you want a pop-up, you want a fifth wheel, you want a Class A, you get the message, right? You get it all at lazydays.com, including service. They have a new service facility at exit 240 and I-25. And, of course, they're all over the country for your support. lazydays.com.
Awesome.
So, anyway, they tried to make a noise about the vehicle.
Okay.
Didn't even come into it. It was a total, you took my fucking property.
Okay.
I mean, and now his homeowners wouldn't cover it, but
yeah,
he tried to get it as an outbuilding, but
wouldn't do it.
No,
Yeah.
They said it was a vehicle.
Well, and that's why whenever you were talking and calling it personal property, I knew what you meant. From an insurance perspective, obviously it's not, because it would be like you would never have an auto covered on your home. Your home insurance wouldn't pay for it. They're always going to look at it as a vehicle.
They would, right.
Yeah.
No, especially if it's still on wheels, right?
Right.
But as far as somebody hurting me, they took it from me.
Right. Yeah. And like you said, it was sitting there on her own property. They came onto her property and damaged it.
If it was parked, she would have had a big problem if it was parked on the street and unregistered and uninsured.
Yeah.
Big problem.
Yeah.
She would have had comparative negligence.
Yep. I think she's going to have some problems. I really do. I think she's going to have a hard time.
I know. That's
the
what
paint
I'm
job itself is going to be a hard thing.
I know.
But
I'm hoping, though. Well, we don't know that the paint. That's only in a total. I don't think she needs to total it. I think she needs to repair it.
Right.
And since they don't even know what it will cost to repair, they're being assholes.
They're just totaling, but in her telling us that
she doesn't
it's
have to
not
go by their total either.
No.
If it's going to cost $7,000
Yep.
to fix it, and they want to give her only $4,200, she can sue that other party for $7,000.
And then you could go to small claims in that case, right? You wouldn't even have to get an attorney.
Yeah, and it's this simple, Your Honor. This is what it's going to cost to fix my. That's it.
Of course, she just said, though, there's nothing damaged on the inside except for one window or something.
I have a feeling she's going to be able to fix it for the $4,200.
Yeah. The only downside to that, then, is she going to have a salvage title?
I don't know. It depends, actually. I mean, it could. So what? She doesn't sound like she's going to resell it.
No, but you can't get insurance on it.
Can't you get it? I thought you could.
Not physical damage,
I
unless
thought
you go.
If you go and get it inspected.
By this, the DMV has to do it, though. Yes.
No, the state troopers.
I've always seen to get a title fix, you have to go.
In order to get the brand, the rebuilt.
Yes.
You have to go to state police. I don't know why, but that's what I.
Okay.
I mean, maybe. I don't even know if DMV has an inspector.
Huh. Maybe you have to do the inspection and bring it to the DMV to get it. Yeah.
But I don't even know if that removes the salvage, actually. That's just getting a title. I don't know if you can. I don't think you can wash the title. I don't think.
I've seen people get rebuilt titles, and then I can insure it for physical damage. Otherwise, it's liability only. But in order for me to do it, I've got to show documentation that it's been a rebuilt title.
I didn't know you couldn't legally wash a title. State. I don't know. The inspection I'm talking about is the one for a new title or a reissue or something. It was also on those clips they do cars they put together somehow.
Oh yeah, the kits you're saying?
Not kits, no, clips where a car's wrecked one half of it.
Oh yeah.
It's a Frankenstein car, but I forget. I need to ask my Professor Bing. Let me ask Professor Bing. Although I've been catching her in a lot of lies lately. You always have to start out in Colorado. If I have a salvaged title.
Heart Radio.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. Let's go to, real quick here, Ron, what's going on with your question here on your hail damage, Ron?
Hi. Hey, I'm with the USAA. I had it for 14 years. My rates went up $1,000. As I started shopping for better rates, I did find some better rates, but there was a caveat to the company I called. The deductible for hail damage with USAA was $1,000. The other companies, it's 2% of the value of your house.
Yeah, don't do it. Unless it's the only option you have left. Don't do it. Hey, Brian, are all of them doing that now, or do you still have...
2% is extreme. You see a lot of 1%. Or 5,000 deductible. I'm seeing more and more. It used to be 2,500 for wind and hail, but it's going up. But a lot of carriers,
1,000 is way too low, in my opinion.
Well, and what you need to keep track of is 1,000. A lot of times you'll see that they're going to ACV. They'll say 1,000 deductible, but then the roof is actual cash value. So at the end of the day, you're going to pay more as your roof gets old than you would if you just had a set deductible of $5,000. You know.
Let me ask you something, Ron. How much is the insurance premium at USAA?
It went from $2,400 to $3,700.
$3,700.
How much? What's the dwelling limit?
You got me the
rough. How much is your house insured for? What's the value of your house?
$565.
That's a good price. $3,700. If it's truly $1,000,
why don't you
want
call?
To make sure of?
We're doing free insurance checkups. They do it every day. Why don't you call over there? I'm serious, Ron, because they're not going to try to sell you. They can't. If they can't beat it, they're honest about it. But you ought to let them shop 26 companies. You go to 303-996-9000 and just tell them exactly. Get your Dex page out, and they'll tell you if you have a good deal. They really will. Because unfortunately, it might be a good deal, and it might be you might want to stick with it. Maybe you save a little if you go up with your deductible, but don't do that 2%. That could be extraordinarily expensive to a point where you really don't even have roof coverage. So 303-996-9000. Call us back. Let us know what they do for you. I'm Tom Martino. Keep your calls coming. 303-713-TALK or 303-MARTINO.
Very nice.
So
how do you do it?
24 to 37.
That doesn't sound bad to me. $3,700 for $3,700.
From 20 to 20, it was 2,400 or 20.
No, it went up a lot, but I'm saying $3,700 for a dwelling limit between $500,000 and $600,000, $1,000 deductible. That's not a bad price.
Today's insurance rate.
Yeah.
Good morning. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show.
Yep.
Okay. Did you want to talk to our expert at Compass? Okay. What's your name? All right, hang on, and they'll be with you as soon as possible, okay? Hold on.
So in Colorado, if I have a salvage title...
He doesn't need to.
...and have completely fixed the vehicle...
I pooped my pants.
Remotely news in
Okay,
the United States,
it.
and why do I give a shit about Iran?
To get a rebuilt title in Colorado,
Well,
you need to repair your salvage title car. Number two, have the motor vehicle inspected by a POST certified inspector.
The fact that our idiots
Have the certified VIN inspector form
sorry.
completed by a post-certified inspector.
You were sad about
Salvage title
helicopter
statement
title.
of fact that lists all the methods.
Colorado, it's Colorado law enforcement officer, post certified inspector, usually the state police.
There you go. So you were right. And then you have to
They
send
usually
you pay
ma-
a $50 fee, and then it gets rebuilt.
Then you get a new VIN.
It doesn't say that here.
You get an assigned VIN number.
Okay. You get a new VIN number. Okay.
Well, hold on. It says the current an assigned VIN will be required if during repairs you got rid of the other one. If you got rid of your original VIN.
Okay.
So that means that, like, you were clipping it.
Yeah, and you're right.
Okay.
But in a normal situation, you wouldn't have to.
Probably, that's right.
It does have a stamp on it that says rebuilt from salvage
My friend and his wife are down in Costa Rica for the week.
on the title.
Yeah.
But you can at least
Wait,
insure
it will still have it?
Still have it. It says a stamp.
Oh.
Rebuilt from salvage.
Even,
Letter
well,
of
then what, then why do you get a new title at all then?
Well, so you can insure it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if someone else is buying it, you know, I get why they would want people to know that it was rebuilt from salvage.
It's probably, because they used to go.
Do you guys have a dog?
Yes. Little dog.
How is that?
They're down there now.
Yeah, when
One
I was there in
bulldog or
April,
two.
Matt has two.
I think we only got one day,
Aren't they filled with health problems? My God.
They are, and they
which is unusual. But I mean, it's
No, I know.
it's the change.
They're the worst as far as grooming and taking
really
care of them.
cute dogs.
I know, but
Think of it as their
and their personalities are wonderful. But God, is it a pain in the ass? I mean, I know people. George has 3 of them.
76.
Would fix it.
Yeah, people that have bulldogs love bulldogs, and they are difficult to have.
Shit, newbie.
And by the way, I don't think they do a salvage title if you have hail damage. I think at that point it's branded, but not a salvage.
Starts, it's not San Jose, it's the one that starts with an L.
Liberia or
Liberia,
Yeah.
yeah.
They're building a new, better airport. Guanacosta.
Oh, okay, 'cause that's a popular area.
It is.
So busy.
And I think American Airlines said they're gonna go direct there, but I forgot where they're coming out of. Might be Atlanta.
It says here, you can't register a salvage title vehicle. Is that true? You can't register it?
You have to rebuild it. Yeah.
In order to register the
That's
car,
right.
you have to. Oh, so you have to do it no matter what.
Yeah, or it's salvage, right? It's a
They're
junk.
saying, yeah, then you can't do anything with it. Obviously, I knew you couldn't insure it, but I didn't know if you.
No,
I
you
didn't know
can't.
You couldn't register it.
No, you can't. You gotta rebuild it.
Okay.
That's when I was talking about salvage title. I was meaning rebuilt there's an S on it.
Gotcha.
I think it retains the S, like you said it did, right? It's called a branded title.
Yeah. This is a rebuilt title.
I think rebuilds are branded titles.
he's doing so much as a junior I don't remember people doing.
Wow.
He wants to know if he got a perfect score on the Acton.
I must be on some sort of psychic universal radar, people, today. I'm having old friends reaching out for no reason. 2 people.
Really?
1 I'd understand, but 2, that's weird.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. This hour brought to you by waterpros.net, the best water systems at the lowest prices anywhere. I just marvel every day about my soft water, my clean water, my pure water, whatever you want. Drinking water, $1,400, kitchen sink, never buy bottled water again. My filters have gone a year and a half and still don't have enough particulates to change them out. I just do a test with this little digital thing. Water Pros, 303-862-5554. Let's talk. Okay, so Jim's got a question about a car accident. We have Compass Insurance Group with us, Brian Burns, our insurance expert. So any questions on insurance? Of course, we're going to take any questions outside of insurance as well. Plus, while he's here and even when they're not here, they do what's called the insurance checkup. That means you call with your declarations page and say, hey, this is what I'm paying for my home, or this is what I'm paying for my auto, or this is what I'm paying for both, and what's out there. And they let you know what's out there. A State Farm agent can't do that. A Farmer's agent can't do that. An Allstate agent can't do that. Fred Loya, American Family, they're all captive. They have one thing to sell only. They can't compare. They can't. So now, Jim, what's your question or concern? What's going on, man?
Stupid question. I was involved in a accident with 2 vehicles. I'm 100%. I'm in the right.
All right, tell me. It was, so when you say 2 vehicles, were you driving one?
I was sitting in a parked car when a truck bounced off.
Were you sitting in the driver's seat? Were you sitting in the driver's seat?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And you were parked. Okay. Go ahead.
Anyway, so they've agreed that it's 100%.
Well, hold on. You were sitting there, and what happened?
Fault. A car bounced off a FedEx semi and then hit me.
How did it hit you? On the side, in the back, in the front? Were you parked legally?
I was in a turn lane, but I was parked.
What does that mean?
He was just stopped. You were waiting for a turn signal or something? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so you weren't parked. You were stopped.
There's a red light. There's a FedEx truck coming at me. I'm gonna turn left.
Okay, so okay, bro, I got you, Jim. That we don't call that parking. We call that stopped. Okay, so you were in a stopped car, and what happened then?
Sorry.
And another car hit you. Now what's the problem?
Yes. So my vehicle has been in the shop for a month. Their insurance is telling me that they're not going to pay for my rental. My truck will not be out of the shop for another week. And
okay, Jim, do you have on your insurance any rental car coverage?
No.
Okay. You can't dictate the limits of the other guy's coverage, but that doesn't mean they're not responsible to you.
Well, yeah, I was just going to say, it's actually in your own policy, you're oftentimes limited to 30 days. That's a very common restriction on your own insurance.
Right.
But when someone else is at fault, you're not bound by that 30-day limit because you don't have a contract with that insurance company. So unless they are saying you have caused delays or there's something abnormal, they should have to pay for the rental car.
They should, but if the other guy has limits.
But there's no limit. Like for liability, Those 30-day limitations are for your insurance. It's for your car, not for other people.
No, I get that. Here's what I'm asking.
Isn't
it possible? Hold on. Isn't it possible that the other party has a limited their liability limits them to 30 days for someone else?
No.
Okay.
The liability is a dollar amount.
Thank you.
But not specific for rental. It's I have $50,000 of property damage.
So they can pay more if they want.
Yes.
What they're trying to do, okay, so yeah, Jim, that other part, and no matter what his insurance does, the other party, they will be responsible to you personally if that insurance doesn't pay. They cause you this damage. What's the name of the other insurance?
Farmers.
Of course. Who's your insurance?
Dairyland.
Okay. They're both bad. Okay, so the other guy's insurance is Farmers, and they won't. Well, you know what? You're gonna. Here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna keep the rental until your car is done, not a day longer. And if that company says we're not paying for it, you're gonna tell them this. Whatever. I don't care what you do. I am suing. You're insured for the damages because they damaged me, and whatever I don't get from you, I'm going to get from them directly, and then maybe they'll go after you for bad faith. You have to really be strong on that, okay, Jim? Did you understand what I said? First, you tell them.
No, I got it.
Got it. You tell them, hey, I don't care what you do, okay? I don't have a contract with you. All I know is that your dude injured me, and I'm getting what I have coming. And then let us know what happens. But there's no way they can't pay you. Now, how about with all these delays going on? And thanks for calling, Jim. I want you to let us know what happens. So, Brian, back to you. Now, with all these delays going on with parts, supplies, and all of this crap we've been hearing about, tell me, what happens if it's unconscionable? Okay, I mean, it could take 3 months.
Right. No, I know. And if your own insurance is paying, you are going to have problems because your policy is going to state that it's only limited to 30 days. But if someone else causes the damage, yeah, I mean, like I said, if there's anything that they're able to point to that says this is, more than just a normal delay, this is something that you're causing a delay, you're causing the problem, then they're not going to pay that. But if you just can't get your car fixed, you can argue the fact that, hey, I'm not the one that caused this. You're insured.
That's right. That's right. You see, this is the whole concept. Their liability has to cover you. You do not have a contract with them. They can't dictate terms and conditions to you. The only thing that dictates terms and conditions would be law or reasonableness. For example, as Brian said, if you tell the guy, I like driving this rental, I want you to delay my repair, or you ordered something that wasn't on the original car and that's taking a delay.
Or there's 3 other shops that could take you in today and you're like, nope, I'm only going to work with this shop, but they're 3 months out. Yeah. That's unreasonable.
Yes, exactly. So reasonableness will prevail, but if it's a legit damage, these a-holes have to pay it to you. So anyway, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Now we talk to Randy. Randy, what's happening? Randy.
Okay, this is a question regarding my homeowner's insurance. I also have USAA. I'm extremely happy with them. My question is, I was speaking to the representative regarding hail damage. I told him that my roof is probably 13 years old, and he told me that didn't matter because they do full replacement. And
well, they do full. Everyone does full replacement, but I mean, if you right, I don't know.
Well, not everybody does. What you're saying is it's not actual cash value, which is great.
Oh, okay, that's what I mean.
That's what you want to make sure of. That's great.
What I meant was, if you have a full replacement policy, it doesn't matter how old your roof is. But can they force you at some point, if they put a note in their files,
yes,
can they force you in 5 years? Can they say to him, we're not insuring you unless you get a new roof?
They can non-renew. It has to be at renewal, but they can choose to non-renew.
Okay, either at renewal or underwriting, can they demand a new roof?
Yes, or terminate the policy.
Okay.
They can say that, yeah. But what was your question on that?
Well, my question was, what was the difference between actual cash value and the full replacement value? And you just
big
explained
time.
that.
ACV takes your roof and depreciates it. So let's say, to make it really easy, if your roof was a 20-year roof and you had it 10 years, you theoretically have used up half of it. You'll only get paid for half.
Right.
And then your deductibles on top of that. And another wording that you'll find in insurance policies, because a lot of them have stopped using the term actual cash value, but you'll see something on there called a roof schedule. It's equivalent. It's just that they're spelling out what the roof schedule is. So instead of saying, hey, it's what actual cash value is, they're actually specifying, and you'll see a chart in your policy that says every year that roof gets older, it will tell you how much of it they'll pay for. So you have to kind of dig through your policy to see it. But I see that all the time now.
Okay.
Very tricky. Very tricky.
One more question.
Sure thing.
Okay, on my policy, I have a separate wind and hail for my house, and then it says other covered perils.
When you say separate wind and hail, is it a separate deductible for wind and hail?
Yes.
Okay.
Then it's got other covered perils, and during the summertime, in wind and hail season, I lower my deductible to pretty much almost the minimum. But you had said something about not getting the 2% deductible, 2%, I guess, of the value of the house.
Yep.
But I looked at my policy, and I am doing that for other covered perils, 2%, which is
it's abnormal. You can't usually carry an all other peril that is higher than your wind and hail. Is that what you're saying you're doing?
You're saying you have a defined a defined deductible on wind and hail, but you have a 2% deductible on everything else.
For all other perils?
I think it's just the opposite.
I can adjust that too. I'm looking at my policy right here. I've got it on my laptop.
Okay.
I can take my other peril coverage up to $10,000 all the way down to $500, and then 1%, and then 2%. And those are totally.
That's not a good policy, bro. You need to you say you're extremely happy with him. I don't know why you are.
Well, he's saying he can change it.
I can change that.
Oh, okay.
So, what I'm curious about is if you actually try to go through with the change. I have never seen a policy. I've been doing this for 30 years. I've never seen a policy where the all other covered peril is lower than the wind and hail.
Ever.
So I don't know if you can actually do that at the end of the day. Like if you try to submit that through, my guess is that your wind and hail will also go up. But, I just have never seen it.
But
submitted it through.
And listen, why don't
did that on the phone?
Okay, listen, you can hold if you have more questions. I got to take a break. 303-713-TALK. Here's what I want to tell you, though. Call for the insurance checkup. Anyone listening, there's nothing to lose. You could possibly save a ton of money. 303-996-9000.
Very nice.
Hey, folks, Donald Trump Jr. here. Let me ask you this. Does inflation feel worse than we're being told in the news? That's because the official inflation rate doesn't tell the whole story. Since January of 2021, the cost of living has increased by 17.9%. You can't get that money back. But what you can do is stop your losses today. How? By diversifying your savings into a gold IRA from my friends at the Birch Gold Group. When you're done, your money will be parked in a tangible asset with proven history. To see how it works, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word HEDGE to 989898. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust. They provide an easy process to roll over your 401k or IRA into gold without losing your tax advantage status. So text HEDGE to to 989898. That's hedge to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply.
John Fuller is a personal injury attorney we use as an expert on the show all the time. In fact, he talks a lot about insurance. It's apropos that Compass is here today. But I have another question for John, something that must come up because I know people ask me all the time. They want to know, okay, they're injured. They want to do something, but they want to look ahead. And inevitably, you must get this question, is there a way to figure out what my case is worth? I've heard some old wives' tales, John, that you take your medical bills and multiply it by a certain amount, then square root that and divide it by this, and I'm kind of kidding. But is there a way to figure it out?
Yeah, don't forget to carry the one now when you do that formula. Hey, here's the answer. You know, the ultimate value of every personal injury case is what some hypothetical jury would come back and say it was worth. And so if we go to court on every case, it'd be easy to figure out. You could just look at the jury figure and go from there. The reality is most cases don't go to court, and we don't have a jury telling us what they're worth. And so the state of the art is that every insurance company has their own proprietary formulas that they use to try to go in and predict what some hypothetical jury might do. The problem is that they, you know, internally, the one thing that may drive a value on a particular case may not drive the same value on another. And so as an example, we recently had a case where the liability adjuster evaluated a case at being more than $100,000, but their own uninsured motorist adjuster evaluated the exact same case for only about $28,000. So the point is this. If you don't know why and how they're calculating the value of your case, you're going to be better off having somebody like me on your side that does, and that does this every day. And so if you're in that position, give us a call. We'd be happy to talk you through the mechanics of how your case is valued and what it's ultimately worth.
That's John Fuller. I couldn't have said it better. That's why he is where he is, in his office representing you, and I'm here doing a radio show. MyAccidentLawyer.co, the personal touch to personal injury, and I really mean it. Notice the difference. No call center, no intake committee. You just have John and his team, 303-597-4500, 597-4500. You know, I've said this before, I'll say it again. One of the best purchases I've ever made is my Quiet Cool whole house fan. You will, okay, let me just enumerate the many benefits. First and foremost, your air conditioner works less, but you still stay cool and comfortable. In fact, I like it better. It's that mix of beautiful, fresh, cool air, along with AC when you need it, but the AC comes on and off as needed. You can use that Quiet Cool all day long. Or you can use it mornings or in the evening. Some people, they don't run their AC all day, right? They keep their house, just let it get hot, we're not home. When we get home, we turn on that QC, boom, it cools it down immediately, and then the AC will kick on if I need it. You know, you can use it however you want it. The great part is they'll get it in there now before the summer heat, and it's all remote controlled. It's offset in the attic. You're not going to see anything except a small grate in the ceiling, and no digging into walls for wiring. I love it. I love it. QCColorado.com, 303-800-3419.
Very nice.
30?
What?
Did you just say I have 30 seconds?
No, you have 90 seconds.
Okay, thank you. So, do you need anything? Want anything?
I'm good. I've got my Pilates here.
I started ordering stuff from people now.
You should just have a houseboy serving you during the show.
You know what?
Let's call that houseboy Mark.
Yeah, come on, Mark.
Can you come over here?
I want Mark to come here. I think it would be fun. No, I think it would be
Mark?
fun one day if Mark comes here.
I think you should drive here instead.
I will. No, I will. Let's take turns.
down.
I'd love to.
Or wait, we could meet in the middle
at the station.
Shut up. Hey, Mark, I'm into the toolbox. Now what do I change?
I don't know because I haven't logged into a million years. We're trying to boost the audio to KRDO, so I guess it must be intuitive.
Okay, I can figure it out if you don't mind me messing with it.
No, let me know when you boost it so I can ask him. I'm texting TJ right now, so
I'd love to go out there in the morning and do the show.
Over at Mark's? Hey, Mark.
Yeah.
Is the garage floor guy still your guy?
Yeah.
I've texted him probably 5 times
what's
with
happening
no
with him?
response.
I noticed he's not advertising. What's going on? Hi, Tom Martino here. Let's talk. Randy, do you have any last-minute questions here, Randy? I'll let you. If not, I'm going to go on to Connie. Randy?
I have a real quick
Go ahead,
one.
sir.
I was considering looking at other insurance companies because of price, but I've heard that some insurance companies, if you have an aluminum wiring in your house, will require you to update that before they'll issue you a policy. And I'm wanting to find out if that's true.
Yeah, it actually is difficult to get insurance with aluminum wiring. I will tell you this. I came on not too long ago because someone was struggling with this. I will tell you, as I look through applications, though, a lot of companies don't even ask the question. Now, if I was to call them and say, hey, this home has aluminum wiring, they would say, I don't think that's a good fit for us. But what I'm telling you is that doesn't mean that they have an exclusion.
Don't ask, don't tell.
That's kind of what the problem is there. Yep.
Listen, you could do this. You could try, right? And if they say, a Compass can accomplish that in one phone call and compare you with 25 or more companies.
Okay,
I think the starting point is, before you go down the road of having even the conversation about the aluminum wire, since that's not a question even on the quoting or the application, just get a quote, and you can see where that's coming in, and then if you're seeing that it's a big savings, then we can talk a little bit further. But if
it will
it's not
always
a
be a savings. In other words, if it's a big savings now, it'll be a proportional savings no matter what. It's going to be proportional.
Okay.
So even if it's a little more expensive, it'll be a little more expensive everywhere. But they can give you a really good idea of where you stand.
Exactly.
Thank you, Randy, why is there still a disparity on what people pay? Why is the insurance checkup working? Why is it working? Because I thought everything just went sky high.
Everything went up, but there's still, different rates out there. So even with us, when someone calls, I'll see rates that vary by over 300% between carriers.
So far, this is the longest I've been with a carrier. Why?
Yeah, because your situation as far as what you have insurance on, it's a limited number of carriers that are going to do that, plus your occupation and everything else. You're just in a situation where there's not a ton of carriers that are going to want to do it.
Mark lies about his occupation. That's how he gets around it. So anyway, let's go to Connie. Connie, what's happening?
Hi.
Hi, Connie. What's going on?
Thank you for taking my call. Well, I don't know if I have any recourse. At least I will get the word out. My husband passed away, and he...
When did he pass away?
When? It was May 3rd, 2022.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Okay, so May 2022.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Go ahead.
So he made these sales in November of 21 up in Cordillera in Edwards, Colorado. So they were 4 significant sales.
Now, did he own the company?
No, he worked for Eco Roof and Solar. They're based out of Denver, Louisiana, Florida, and Texas.
Now he made these sales, and he was a commissioned salesperson?
Correct.
Okay, so did he die with them owing him money?
Yes.
And let me ask you this. He died in May of 2022. He made these sales in fall of 2021. Why didn't he pursue, after all those months, why didn't he get paid while he was alive?
Because they don't start work up in Edwards County or up in the mountains until spring or maybe even early summer. So he wouldn't have been paid until those jobs were completed.
And by the way, many companies, here's what I'm going to tell you. If their normal policy, not for people who pass away, but if their normal policy is commissions are due and payable upon the sale, That's one thing. Some companies don't do that. The commission is due and payable upon completion of the contract, or execution of the contract, meaning, or excuse me, when they start work. So really, whatever their normal thing is, that's what would happen. So if in fact they didn't start the jobs until after your husband died, and that's their normal policy, then you wouldn't be owed the money. But you certainly would be owed the money if they pay most everyone else when the sale's made. So do you know what their policy is, or what it has been in the past?
I would say I can't tell you 100%, but based on his pay,
his past,
he would get paid when the jobs were finished.
Okay, well then
He might get like a little. He could ask for an advance, or he could ask for, some of the money up front, which he had done before.
No, I understand that, but was it due and payable, or was it in advance?
He didn't ask for anything in advance yet. He was.
No, you said he could.
Kind of looking forward.
But sometimes, here's my gut. My gut is it wasn't due and payable, and he died, and someone else took it over. That's my gut. Did you? By the way, have you called the company?
Many times I've been in contact with them since my husband passed away, and they did tell me they were going to honor, and pay me. So I waited.
How much was he due? I mean, if he was alive and the jobs were completed, how much would he have made?
I would say between $5,000 and $15,000 per job.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Yes.
Now, you could really use that money, I imagine. Now, Connie.
I could.
Connie,
yes.
Tell me this. Are they willing to pay anything? When's the last time you talked to them?
I guess maybe 3 months ago. Now they have me blocked. I also called the partner, and he seemed quite willing to work with me, but it's the
Just
owner.
Just keep in mind, Connie, they may not owe him the money. They may not. I mean, truly.
That's kind of my question.
Like, let's put it this way. What if he left the company? Would they have paid him? Instead of dying, if he left the company at the same time, would he have been paid for that?
I don't think he would have left the company without being paid, but probably not. I don't know. I don't know what kind of recourse.
But that's the point I'm making. If they're if commissions are due when the job's complete, they have a right to have that policy. And even though it leaves you in a lurch, they have a right to do it. Now, of course, a company could say, you know what? He made the sale. We closed on it. We did the job. No one else really lifted a finger. Let's toss her some money here. I mean, here's what I'd like to do. I would like one of our people to call them, since they have you blocked, and just not demand anything, but see if they'd be willing to pay anything.
That would be awesome.
Who should we do? Who do you recommend, Mark or Kachina? Who do you recommend that we have do this? Dollar? Maybe?
I've got Dollar and Chopper here today.
Let's have Deputy Dollar.
I don't think they're going to share any information.
Well, who knows? We'll see. We're gonna walk in with information. We're gonna say you recently had this guy pass away. We're just curious about his widow. I mean, if your policy is the job's complete, if in reality no one really had to work at it, I mean, who knows? It's a toss-up, Connie, but I think it's worth a try.
Yeah.
It can't hurt.
I think you put it perfectly. If he just got up and left one day, how would it turn out?
Yeah, probably would not have been paid. And there's so many instances where people think something changes with death, meaning that the policies, even as crazy
and
as
wouldn't
this,
it technically be the estate going after the money at this point if lawyers got involved?
Well, let's say there was a legal obligation. Yeah, it would be, but then it would just go to her. I mean, because if she was his representative, it would be the same as him going after or the estate. But I think this. I think that he's probably not going to be due, because they're going to say, listen, if people leave, and death is leaving, if they don't follow through the sale, we only pay commission upon the completion. We'll see.
You know, Connie, we get calls at least, I don't know, I'd say monthly, maybe bi-monthly, where people's mother or father pass away in an old folks home.
Mark,
and
you
the
read
lease
my
is still
mind. You
valid.
read my mind. Yep. And tell her what happens. I mean, it's amazing.
Well, the lease is still valid, and if they really want to, they can go after the estate for whatever's not getting paid.
Yeah, if the woman or man died without giving notice, I'm serious. If you don't give notice, then they have to pay for the extra month or two. Or let's say there's a 60-day notice required, and someone dies. They can hold you to that 60-day notice and take the money out of the estate. I'm Tom Martino. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Some road maintenance up on the north end of town. The I-25 northbound off-ramp to westbound I-76 is closed due to road work. Watch out for brief delays for folks making the interchange. Watch out for detours and road crews blocking lanes. I-25 north and southbound otherwise showing highway speeds through town. I-70 east and westbound flowing free to and from the DIA areas, as well as out west into the high country. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Sunny for the moment. High 61 today. Scattered thunderstorms later this afternoon. Overnight low of 41. Warming up for the midweek tomorrow. High 71. The current temperature in Denver is 60 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 K-House.
Progressive Commercial Insurance flexes to fit your business's needs. From quick repairs to adjustable coverages and even payment options, Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
So, I can't say enough about Zero Res Denver. You know, if you haven't had them to your home, you ought to do it. Don't even consider another carpet cleaning until you have them. They're going to get the old crap out from previous cleaners, because the previous cleaners, I guarantee you, didn't get everything out, because it's impossible without this soft, empowered, alkaline-based, purified water. It's the best cleaning agent in nature, and I mean it sincerely. Once I saw that, they're the only people I'll have in my home. In fact, once I use this Zero Res water to get out blood from a mattress and stuff, like, it's amazing what it does for stains. It's amazing what it can dissolve, because water is the best cleaning agent. No residue left behind, so your carpets don't just look great, they feel great too. Get Zero Resified, as I like to say. Call them. They have specials going on right now, $109 for 3 rooms plus $75 off duct cleaning. Yeah, they do duct cleaning, mattress cleaning, they do upholstery cleaning. 303-471-5150. Call them. If you're going to get cleaned anyway, get it done the best way. ZeroResDenver.com. Joe Lazzara, criminal defense. Yep. Now, that could include a DUI. That include assault. That can include getting into a fight with a neighbor. You know what? I'm not going to go through the myriad of times it could include a need for Joe Lazzara. What I am going to tell you is this: don't ever shop when you're under pressure. For God's sakes, you get under pressure, you start making payments. Here's what Joe does. Initial consultation's free. I've done the shopping for you. I've known him for 25 years. Then, after free initial consultations, if you want to hire him, it's a flat rate price. That's Joe Lazzara, Lazzara, LazzaraLegal.com. And you won't feel pressured ever. 303-429-6200. FixMyHome.com. You've heard me say it a million times. That's Fix It 24/7. And right now we're in this extended shoulder season. That means it's not really hot, not really cold. Get your AC completely checked and extreme cleaned and tuned. That's just $39. It's extraordinary. Why? I'm going to tell you why. Because they want to be your company and they want to show you what they can do. That price is for new customers only. It's incredible what they do. It's a practical refurbishment. FixMyHome.com.
That was wonderful.
Thank you.
3 minutes. If you need to do something, you don't need to do something.
Only Mark can do it that fast.
Well, you don't have to do anything. You got to relax.
Hey, Brian, what number did you call for Tony?
I just
or
texted
TJ?
you it.
Yeah, okay, that's no good.
Okay, that's the only number I had for him. That's what I
Yeah,
was
that
calling
used to
him.
be it.
Hold
Okay.
on.
I'm just going to give you his cell. Hold on.
Okay,
I'll text it back to you.
cool.
What are you getting done, by the way?
I want to have our back deck done, but he told
Nice.
me to wait until spring or a little before. So but I've been texting him for a while, so hopefully it's still a possibility for now.
Oh, I'm sure he can get you in. Hold on. Yeah, we changed his referral list number like, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago. He was part of a franchise, and then he couldn't stand the franchise anymore, so he's
So he
doing
does
the
his own
exact
thing
same
now?
thing, but under a different name. And they made him get rid of that phone number.
Oh, did they really? Okay.
Yeah. All right, there you go.
Cool, thank you.
Oh, shit, sorry. I sent it to him. I just sent him his number.
Is he going to start advertising again, Mark?
Usually it's next month. I'll hit him up next month. Okie dokie.
Got it.
I'm going to tell him you'll be calling.
Since you basically need to apologize for just sending him his own info.
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, the reason you just got that is
You know, I can't tell you how many times I've been on a screen with my phone and I text, and I'm not texting the person I think I'm texting.
wow.
Oh, I've done that.
Oh my God.
That
And-
basically led to my first divorce.
No, I'm really serious. Have you ever done that? What is the wrong number?
Yes.
I've done a lot worse than that.
Not the wrong number, just the person that I've texted Dan a few times
But-
what I'm trying to text Adam,
So-
and that's always fun.
But, Tom, have you ever accidentally...
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
I might have just done it earlier today. I don't know, because I was talking to Brian. Brian texted me something. I texted him back, but I may not have been on Brian's phone. We'll see. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Hey, listen, don't forget, I don't say this enough, 303 Martino, because that's the one out. You can call 24/7, leave your number, we'll get back to you and get you on the show. 303-627-8466. Don, what's going on?
Hi, Tom. Hey, I have a homeowner's insurance question.
Yes, sir.
Kind of has to do with, yeah, you know how, like, flood insurance is cost prohibitive. So we don't move into
It's
floodplains.
cost prohibitive only in a floodplain. That's why they have the federal subsidy. It is very reasonable everywhere else.
Okay, so here's my question kind of associated with that. I'd like to move into the trees in central Colorado. We have a family presence in Buena Vista sort of thing. Is the same true of fire insurance in a forest? Like,
Yeah.
is it a no-go?
Yeah, it's not even just cost prohibitive, which I guess would, if you could get insurance, it'd be cost prohibitive, but it's really hard to get insurance.
Get what
right
kind
now.
of insurance?
If you're
Insurance
10
to be
miles
covered by
away,
fire.
it's bad.
You can't. Wait a minute. You're telling me that if I have a house in the forest, I can't get it covered?
Yes.
What?
Yeah. Yep. And Colorado is trying to put together a plan.
What the hell
for
do they
that,
do?
That's going to be
Are they
subsidized.
covered for all
but-
perils except fire?
Well, they just won't insure you, but I have seen companies that will offer insurance and say, but we're not going to cover forest fire.
Right now, I mean, what do they consider a forest? Mark's near a lot of trees. I'm going to rat him out.
Yeah.
10 miles.
Yeah, it's within 5 miles of a fire department used to be kind of the standard. That's no longer even it. So what insurance companies
how's
go
Mark
by
getting
now?
insurance?
He's grandfathered.
Because
in.
I have 2 fire departments pretty damn close.
Yeah, but it's not even. It doesn't even matter about the fire departments really. What they look at now is called a fire score, And your fire score can be from like whatever 0 to 100, let's say.
Okay.
And if your fire score is above 50, it's really hard to find insurance
Brian.
without going to a specialty carrier.
Do they count it against you?
Wait. There's a huge flaw in what you just said, and I'm talking about my house. When you shot me last time, you guys shot me every year. What's really strange, Tom, some companies have my fire score is way higher than other ones. So it's like completely arbitrary.
How do they determine that?
Yeah, and so that's the problem is you start to try to push down on their fire score, and they say, well, that's our proprietary information. So they don't. It's not a standardized amount, because like some carriers go up to 100, and I've seen others that like say that it's a different score, up to 80, let's say. So it just depends on the carrier, but they all are using fire scores now. And if your fire score is high, it's really hard to find a admitted carrier in the state of Colorado that's going to take it. And that goes for like Evergreen. Carriers like State Farm used to write homes in Evergreen way longer than anybody else did. Well, not anymore. They're not taking any new homes in Evergreen. They won't insure them. And so you have to go to a specialty carrier for it.
Okay. Now, go ahead, Mark. Were you going to say something?
Well, no, this was the caller,
Go
Don,
ahead,
making
sir.
noise.
Yeah, I'm sorry to leave you out. I'm sorry to leave you out.
No.
Go ahead, since you're the one that called Don. Sorry.
Well, no, I'm a little more confused than ever. Like, so I just can't shop the forest unless I self-insure, kind of thing.
Jeez.
Well, what I was saying
I don't blame him.
What I was saying is that you might be able to find insurance with a specialty carrier. Like we have a specialty carrier right now. The name of it is called Vault, VAULT. And this is a company, it's not admitted, so it's a surplus line carrier.
What does that mean,
It
not
means it's
admitted?
not regulated by the state of Colorado. So
What?
you're not bound by the same rules of Colorado. It's its own
I didn't know
form.
exempt companies were allowed to even
Oh,
sell.
there's tons of them here.
Really?
Yeah, like have you ever heard of a broker called Burns and Wilcox?
No.
They're a huge
So all they
excess
do are exempt
broker.
companies.
And so they just deal with
Wait, why are they
non-admitted
allowed to
carriers.
sell in a state where they're not licensed?
Well, it's not that they're not licensed; they're just not admitted. They don't have to file their rates with the state of Colorado,
No,
so
that's
they
what
can
I-
make changes quickly.
Yeah, but okay, but there's something to be said about that. I mean, what I mean is sometimes that might be our only option.
Yes, and that's when you go to surplus is you have to have denials from admitted carriers first. But it's not hard to get denied whenever you're in a high fire risk area. So for this gentleman's case, before you go spend the money on buying the land and starting the process of building a home, work on the insurance first. Make sure it's something you can even get insurance on.
Wow. Okay. Hey, quickly, I saw one area where the 2-acre parcels, the parcels are on well for home use and agriculture, but there's fire hydrants in the street. Well, is something like that? I mean, can we figure out our own fire score? Is there some formula I can start using to look at different properties?
No, if you're more in an area where it is closer, kind of to Mark's point, you're within 5 miles of a fire department and you have fire hydrants, you have a much better case to have a conversation with an underwriter, but that still doesn't determine the fire score. Because
if you think about it, if there's a big fire, if there's a big fire and there's no water, that's a big problem.
That's a big problem. But what I'm telling you is like a place like Evergreen has fire departments within 5 miles, and they have a lot of places have fire hydrants, yet they're still not eligible with most standard carriers or most admitted carriers. So I'm just saying, just because you find a property that has a fire hydrant within close proximity, that doesn't mean you're going to have a low fire score.
Wow. Okay, well that's helpful.
Why are you living in a
better be
forest,
careful.
man? Are you living in a forest?
No, I would like to. We have a little house in town in Buena Vista, and then a little sister has a little farm outside of Buena Vista. She's the one that's on a well but has a hydrant. But I wanted to move, retire up there, kind of more in the trees.
Yeah, I see what
but
you're
maybe
saying.
Not,
Man,
I just did a quote for someone that moved in an area that was impossible to find insurance
what
for.
did you? How much?
I ended up finding it. It was in a more expensive home. It was about $2.5 million. I found insurance for it. The premium on the home insurance was $22,000.
Oh,
that was the premium. And let me tell you, you know what?
Oh my God!
Do you know what the deductible was for forest fire? Was just for fire. I shouldn't even say forest fire. The peril for fire, the deductible, $100,000.
Okay, listen.
Now,
I thought that was pretty good.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Some road maintenance up on the north end of town. The I-25 northbound.
Yes, sir.
Westbound I-76 is closed due to road work. Watch out for brief delays for folks making the interchange. Watch out for detours and road crews blocking lanes. I-25 north and southbound otherwise showing highway speeds through town. I-70 east and westbound flowing free to and from the DIA area as well as out west into the high country. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Sunny for the moment. High 61 today. Scattered thunderstorms later this afternoon. Overnight low of 41. Warming up for the midweek tomorrow. High 71. The current temperature in Denver is 60 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 K-House.
Progressive Commercial Insurance flexes to fit your business's needs. From quick repairs to adjustable coverages and even payment options, Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
John Fuller is a personal injury attorney. We've heard from on the show from time to time. He weighs in on personal injury, gives his opinion on what insurances you should have, and how to go after other people and what your situation is. He'll do that for you if you're ever injured. You call him and say, hey, John, what's going on? He tries to evaluate your case, and it's all free of charge. Then if you decide to hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis, and he really works tenaciously for you. You get his cell phone number. You're in personal contact with him. He handles your case. In fact, he has pledged only to take the number of cases that he can work personally. He really does mean that, by the way. So even when you call the first time, you can get shuttled to him. You're not talking to an intake committee. You're not talking to just not a call center. You're talking to John Fuller. Fuller Law. 303-597-4500, 597-4500, myaccidentlawyer.co. And if you want to talk about service, reliability, honesty, expertise, everything you want in a car repair facility, then you want to talk Sheridan Auto Tech. Uncle Kevin and his team take care of you. In fact, if you're out in the area in West Colfax, it's west of Wadsworth, you can just stop by and say hi and say, hey, take a listen to this. They do quick drive-bys assessments. They do, of course, pre-buy inspections on used cars. They do electrical issues. They do regular maintenance and repairs, light and heavy. SheridanAutoTech.com, 303-455-7242.
Groceries.
Very kind.
Isn't it though?
Now how much time, Mother?
Why do you got to know every time?
Because I want to get coffee.
Why don't you just assume? Listen, you assume it when you need to take a
Never
break.
mind, I'll just
Why don't you
wait.
assume how long you have left?
You've been talking for 6 minutes. It would have helped.
You got 3 minutes and 18 seconds. Get out.
Well, Mark can always. I want to get coffee. Hey, listen, bro. What do you call the software that manages?
That manages all my database? Oh, yeah, you're saying CRM. M.
Oh, must be a jelly spot.
Kind of loud?
Just a tad.
On their website, they have this, they call it solar shingle.
You knew McCockle like I knew McCockle.
That's new, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, it's customer relationship management.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm writing something, and I just didn't know what I would call it. CRM.
Art radio station.
Hi, it's Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Brian Burns is with us. We've been very, very busy talking about insurance. Wow, more than we've had in a long time. That's because insurance is getting so expensive, and yet it's such a necessity. I mean, no one wants to be uninsured, right? Our number is 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. You can also call 303-MARTINO, 24/7, 303-627-8466. Now, something I want to say, that when they're not here, they still do this insurance checkup. So I want you to be able to call them, because we're going to use some examples today of people who have saved money. Okay? So the insurance checkup is 303-996-9000. 303-996-9000. Have your declarations page ready, and then ask them any question you want. We'll take all of your calls coming up. That means both your consumer calls and your insurance calls. They're both consumer calls, right? Whatever you have on your mind, give us a call. And we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466.
Very nice.
Hello.
Praise be to Allah. I'm out of here.
I just gotta get water.
You must be in a just constant state of
Thirst.
well, and urination, something. What I forget what the actual medical condition is. Urinary something. Like that. I understand that part, but there is something else, some sort of urgency, urinary urgency. I saved a little something from Gina today. She was talking about light rail tracks that need to be replaced, and what the mayor said had happened to the tracks.
Taking a pounding.
Had they? Well, huh. Yeah. And did he say, well, if they'd quit hiding soldiers in hospitals, we could. Yeah. Here's a little tip for you there. Actually, if isn't it Yasser Arafat that was the head of the PLO forever and ever?
Yes.
If he were alive today, he would be clawing at the inside of his casket.
Oh.
You think?
Yeah, maybe.
Shannon Scott, ladies and
Might
gentlemen.
have given up already, but I don't know.
Shannon Scott.
That guy, he didn't know, he wouldn't quit.
Shannon.
That guy wouldn't quit. He'd still be. Hey, listen, I'm very excited. We had catering for the daughter's thing, and they had a cheese and fruit plate and stuff. And so lots of little cheeses. They got really dry, very dry. So put them in the Ziploc, little wet paper towel, zapped it for 30 seconds. Frankenstein did bring anything back with it. So good. Tiny little successes from there.
Hey, take the little wins when they happen.
Yes, time for my token snack is what I would rather refer to it as.
That sounds dirty.
Well, see, John Fuller was on. I said, "Oh, hey, I just got a text from the second wife. Nuts."
More
Parts are
Italian.
awesome.
Pepperoni.
He says, "I don't even want to know." I said, "Well, I get a handshake from a dear friend."
Yeah.
I told you I don't want to know.
Yep.
Well, unfortunately, my resurrected cheese left a bit of a grease stain here.
Eh.
Run like a long break.
Yeah. Part of what I'm doing every day is basically just get rid of food stains and the thought of Tim Spence's penis being on that table.
Right, because he would come in all the damn time and just come up and flop.
I'm like, dude.
And then leave. It's like, okay, all right,
Sure.
sure.
About your hairy butthole where I'm putting food. Dude. Hi, I'm Harry Butthole.
Right, Kelly?
We don't want to think about Tim Spence's hairy butthole.
Oh yeah, let's not.
With that much deductible amount thing, it'd almost be.
Sounds like
better
a
than
plan.
self-insurance.
Okay. Yeah.
The more you know.
That would actually kind of live on the side of the less you know, the absolute better you will be.
So all the Colorado teams are out of the playoffs, right? Champions for a year.
Nope, I still have the best Tim Spence story ever.
That's true. You know you're not an employee here, so we don't have to protect you.
We are under no obligation.
That's still pretty good.
Hey, by the way, what about that death threat? You're on your own.
Yeah.
Good luck.
That's pretty good.
And I had to get
We
called into an office to be told that.
recommend as you head to your car serpentine is to not get shit.
You were?
Oh my god. Oh, the memories.
Now, did that one guy not play that they were talking about? Begin with J or something?
I'm not a big basketball.
Either am I, yeah.
I guess I could do my job.
Nah. Why start now?
Minnesota had our number.
Hey, we're getting one of our favorite calls.
Another one that's almost impossible.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, you
I was
do?
the only one here. Brain damage.
I think if they find him guilty, that's going to cause a few problems. Well, they haven't been able to even, as of course depends on who you listen to, but I've been noticing CNN and both MSNBC have been backing off a little bit. I think they realize there's nothing there on this trial.
10 seconds here, guys.
Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK is our number, or 303-MARTINO, and you can call that 24/7. Leave a message. We'll get back to you, or you can come right live on the studio when we're on the air. 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. This hour brought to you by Fix It 24/7. When I tell you they have the best cleaning system when it comes to air and heat and HVAC systems, they get the dirt out, the number one killer. Fix It 24/7. FixMyHome.com, just $39. A practical refurbishment of the entire system. Now, somebody said, Tom, don't these companies just want to get in your home and sell you something? Now, I'm going to tell you something. They do want to get in your home. They do want to become your company. But they don't want to fix it. They don't want to replace it if they don't have to. They want to leave you with a great impression of $39. Now, this is for most legit companies that have specials, but especially this one. Now, but here's the deal. If they do find something wrong, they want to tell you. You have a choice. But if you ever have a question about anything, ever, when it comes to any kind of loss leader or deals for any company, no matter who it is, what you should do is basically get a second opinion or ride it for a while. I mean, unless something is urgent and you don't have poison spewing into your home, or when it comes to your water heater, you don't have leaking and you don't have big problems, then take it one step at a time for all home services, for all mechanical issues, for all problems. Anyway, that's my little 2 cents there. Now, Steve, welcome. Appreciate you calling. And anyone else who wants to call, give us a call right now, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. He wants to talk about an HOA. Go ahead, Steve.
Thanks for taking our call.
Yes, sir.
We have lived in this home about 7 years, and 4.5 years ago, we wrote a detailed letter to our HOA about their property that's adjacent to our backyard. We gave them pictures, showed them plants that had died. It's just gotten worse the last 18 months, where a sizable portion of our backyard, we've lost about 10 plants, and it's the erosion of their property.
Are they just totally not maintaining it all this time? It's been 4.5 years?
They have not changed it at all in 4.5 years. It's got quite a slope, and it drains straight into our side yard. And then last year during the heavy rainstorms, it contributed to helping flood our basement.
Okay, so it's really have you talked to the neighbors?
The HOA is our neighbor in this case. They own the piece of property adjacent to us.
Wait a minute. So it is not a residence?
No, it's HOA property.
But when you say HOA property, is it a swimming pool? Is it a clubhouse? Is it what? What is it? Common area? What is it?
It's just a piece of dirt, open space.
So it's common on common area.
Yeah, it's uncommon. I mean, no one uses it really.
Okay, so it's the HOA's property, which means part of your property. What's going on? Like
Again,
what
the
are
erosion.
they doing about it? Anything? I mean, you would think they'd want to fix it, right?
Well, you'd think so. Again, we tried a few years ago, and then we just tried again about 90 days ago. We asked them to come out and look at it. It was getting so bad. They brought out a landscaping company. The landscaping company thought that, during the discussion, it needed to be repaired. But when it went to the board meeting this
Is
last
your house
Monday
the only
night,
one? Is your house the only one affected by this?
It is.
And what specifically did you have an expert look at it? Like, is anyone telling you specifically what's wrong with it?
It's just poorly graded. We
Is there grass on? What's on it right now? Is it dirt? What is it?
I think at one time it was just weeds and so forth, but because of the size of the slope, it's just eroded into nothing but large swaths of dirt. And so nothing's holding back the dirt from pouring onto our property.
Okay. Did you know that you could go to the county about that?
I did that actually, and the county came out and sent several emails. And once the HOA got involved, they said it was their private property, but the county did believe that it needed to be regraded. And that was several years ago.
Why is the HOA just resistant? Do you have an active board? Do you have a management company?
We do have a management company, and I don't know if the board is active and knowledgeable, but
do they have meetings? Does the HOA board have meetings?
They do. I believe it's every other month. I went to a meeting 4.5 years ago.
Well, that's not going to help. You obviously have to go again. There's probably even different officers, and you're going to have to threaten legal action. I don't know what else to do, man. I mean, we can call them for you, but HOAs, of all the problems we handle, HOAs are the worst because no one cares. There's no one person who is the HOA. So no one cares about any part of it. There's not one HOA that I know of where people care. They say they care, but they don't. They all care about certain things. No one cares as a community. The management companies especially don't care. Management companies simply want to keep the HOA quiet and peaceful so they can collect their fees. That no one, and I mean no one, wants to address HOA issues. No one. They don't. The officers want to avoid it, and the management company wants to avoid it. It's the sheer nature of the operation. So what you have to do is upset the status quo. You literally have to upset the status quo. Now, one of the unfortunate things is that if you had an attorney write a letter to the HOA threatening legal action, if they continue to damage your property, you're going to have to show damages and all that, of course. But then if they respond with an attorney, it comes out of the HOA, so you're going to be paying for fighting you. What they should do is say, instead of hiring an attorney and fighting you, they should say, what can we do to correct the situation? But again, they don't act, they react. So honest to God, I'm not just pointing this out to you. It's just the nature of the beast. No one cares. No one does. And frankly, when the people are on the board who think they care, they get discouraged too, because they suddenly find out that no one cares. And so they're thinking, well, I'm on the board and none of the members care, so we don't care. I mean, they may have brought it up with each other and they don't want to spend the money. It's just the weirdest thing in the world. Here's the thing. Who's your management company? What's the name of them?
it's Canterbury Crossing is the homeowners association. The management company is a local company downtown Parker.
Have you ever gone in to visit the management company?
Actually, I've talked to the head of the management company, and also he sent out a management person about 3 months ago.
And what did they say?
They said they would take it to the board. They had the landscape company come out here and meet them, and during those discussions, I was fairly encouraged because the management or the landscape
but what
company
happened?
was.
What happened?
Basically, on Monday night, they met and they decided that they're not going to do anything.
Okay.
That's what we got in the email.
Then they aren't ignoring you. You got your answer. They're not going to do anything. And by the way, that is exactly what's supposed to happen. They're supposed to talk to an expert, then they're supposed to meet amongst themselves and make a decision. And so they are handling this. They have decided it is not an issue. They handled it.
Unfortunately for us, but that's not what I heard during the meeting with the landscape company. He could see all the damage.
Yeah, but they decided not to do anything, right?
Right.
Well, they have a choice. They can do that. I'm not saying it's right, by the way. I hope you don't hear me saying that. But what I'm saying is you live under their rules, and they say now there is no problem. Now, you disagree. But when you disagree and they don't agree with your disagreement, that's why it's a disagreement, you have to take it to an outside arbiter. And if either arbitration, if that's what you signed up for, or you sue them. There is no other answer. They've already handled it. I thought they weren't handling it. We were going to call and try to light a fire under them to look at it. They've already looked at it. Now, you can use in your lawsuit, you can use the landscaper. What did the landscaper say it would take to fix it? How much? Did you find out?
He never gave us a price. He just talked about how he would go about fixing the
Get
issue.
a price. You're gonna before you do anything, you need a damage. And your insurance company, did they subrogate against the HOA when your flooding happened?
We ended up doing most of the cleanup, and then all we had to do is replace about a 12 by 12 piece of carpet for $400.
Okay, well then you're lucky. What you ought to do right now is get a price on what it would take to correct that drainage. A real solid price. Then your attorney presents to the HOA the choice of paying that and getting it done or being sued. It's unfortunately what you have to do. And then, all right. And then you can stay in touch with us each step of the way. But sometimes it sounds like a pain in the ass, Steve, but it's something that once you start they might just have enough common sense to say, let's fix it. Like, what if it's only going to take $5,000 to fix it? I don't know. I would call the landscaper and see if he'll give you an idea of how much.
All right.
And then here's the quickest way to a solution. You present a problem and then a solution. And if you present just the problem and the solution is wide open, they don't like it. So give me a call back and let me know what happens. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, 888heating.com. The risk-free service fee, $28. Get any one item, plumbing item, electrical item, HVAC item, serviced and checked, $28. If you need any serious stuff going on here, they'll credit you the $28, but it's risk-free. That's all you pay. 888heating.com. Home sweet home. It's a feeling, not just a place. And our home deserves special care and attention. That's why I chose Zero-Res to care for my air ducts, giving me a breath of fresh air. And I trust the power of Zero-Res for my carpets too. Get Zero-Fied now. No soaps, no chemicals, just purified water. Starting at just $109 for 3 rooms and $75 off duct cleaning. ZeroResDenver.com. 303-471-5150. What time do you have to leave, Brian? All right, if you want countertops, you want a vanity, you want anything, a bar, anything you want with granite or quartz or quartzite or marble, the Art of Granite now has large remnants and small remnants available that they will give you free of charge and simply charge you for the fabrication and installation of the piece. Some of them might be big enough for a small kitchen, some of them for a bathroom. You ought to check them out because this doesn't come around too much. The Art of Granite will give you a price on the phone for anything else as well, plus free materials while the remnants last. 303-386-5919. You can't do better than free. theartofgranite.com. Sheridan Auto Tech, the place to go for honest, reliable expertise and repairs and maintenance, all in one. Sheridan Auto Tech. They'll do your pre-buy inspections for used cars. They'll do your quick diagnostics for problems that are bugging you. They'll do the reading of your codes. You can even drive by sometimes and just talk to them and then make an appointment. They do electrical issues, maintenance, and repair. Even if your car's under warranty, they can do the regular maintenance. Yeah, why don't you try them out on Colfax west of Wadsworth? Well worth the drive no matter where you are. 303-455-7242. FixMyHome.com. That's Fix It 24/7. The people who love to help you out with any problem you might have. Now, in addition to their extreme clean for $39, where they'll go in and completely refurbish your air conditioning system to a point where you won't believe it, they'll increase your efficiency. They also have the $39 service call on anything else. So if you have a problem, they come out and check it out no matter what and give you an upfront price on fixing it. If you decide to go forward, they credit you the $39 or the $39 extreme clean. Pick your choice. 720-526-3939. FixMyHome.com. Okay. My wife has a problem.
10 seconds, guys.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. We have Compass Insurance Group with us, and my goodness, we've had a lot of insurance calls, and now I'm going to go some text messages about insurance. And somebody said, Tom, you were going to talk about increases, but you didn't talk about it yet. Why? Okay, I know what you're going to say, losses, but does that go for auto and home and everything and around the country? Brian, we're talking about around the country, okay? We're not just talking Colorado. Okay. So let's talk about what's going on around the country. Why? Why insurance is going crazy?
Well, I mean, if we're talking about auto.
Yeah, let's take one at a time, whatever you want to do.
A big reason for the increases in auto is also the increased cost of the vehicles that we're driving. So, I mean, just look at what the cost of vehicles are. They're going up, and the more and more they're becoming like computers. A small fender bender is costing substantially more now today than it used to.
I can buy that.
So that's going to have an effect on your insurance rates. It's going to go up, and I know we're talking across the country. Obviously, in Colorado, we have added elements to that is causing our rates to go up even more.
Guys, there's one word for this, and you both know what it is.
Inflation.
Bidenomics.
Do you think so, Mark? Really? I mean, what do you, Brian? Not getting political.
100%.
But our current economic climate, I don't know if that is it. I don't know it. I know it's not COVID anymore, is it? What is it?
Well, I'm going off of with Colorado. There was actually an article, and I wish I would have pulled it up in Denver Post just maybe a couple months ago, talking about how Colorado rates have just gone nuts here.
Okay, so that's not Bidenomics.
Colorado's had more hail losses to vehicles. They're number 2 in the entire country, right behind Texas. So they've had more losses as a result of hail than any other state in the country other than Texas. So you're going to see that that's going to have an effect on your rate as well. So in Colorado, it's higher than the country
Brian,
average.
how about the 35% of people that aren't even covered with auto insurance in the state of Colorado and the 60% plus that are actually undercovered? How about if we change some
or
laws?
not covered at all?
Which, Mark, you're exactly right. Another piece to what you're seeing, where you're seeing your rates go up is on the uninsured motorist.
All right. So far in 2024, the number 1, New York, has the highest rates. Florida is number 2. Louisiana is number 3.
Colorado's 4.
Wow.
Yeah, number 4.
We're in the top 5. My God. And that's because ours can be tied to hail damage. That's what
hail damage is.
And fires. Let's not forget fires.
Well, not cars, though, Mark. We're not talking to houses now, but cars.
Yep.
Yeah. And then, what about homes?
Well, home insurance, still
Are we number 5?
one,
Are we up in the top 5?
I just saw the thing that said number 4 underneath auto insurance. I'm not sure about home insurance, where our rates compare to the entire nation, but I guarantee you it's up there. It's up there in cost. It's not going to be as much as Florida.
Okay, we're going to find out in a second here. I'm asking Professor Bing. So, really, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, guess what? Florida, Colorado.
There
We're
you
up
go.
there. There we are. And that's all because of weather. That's all hail. And tornadoes.
And Mark's right, there is fire, but fire is, even though it dominates the news a lot of times, and there are a lot of places that are hard to get insurance, period, what drives the rates? They said
Colorado is one of those.
Yeah, what drives the rates in Colorado for home insurance, too, is hail. Hail is what causes
They say
it.
here in Colorado, wildfires and hail are the 2 biggest ones.
Yep.
Wildfires and hail. Now, in Florida, hurricanes.
Mm-hmm.
In Nebraska, it says similar to Kansas, and Kansas is basically, they don't give a specific. It must just be weather.
Well, yeah, I mean, you think of tornadoes
Although
and
tornadoes
wind
are
and,
isolated.
I know. That wouldn't
Tornadoes
really make sense to me.
I don't understand tornadoes because they're isolated, although they do devastating damage where they hit. And then Oklahoma is the same. Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, they're all They're all right up there, and they're a close top 5, by the way. So it's a tough business. How does this make your business difficult right now?
Well,
because people are getting pissed off, and you got to find them a deal, but you can't find them a deal.
That's
303-713-TALK. By the way, if you guys have a problem, question, complaint, or you have an insurance issue, go ahead. Brian.
Yeah, the biggest struggle we have right now is that there's a lot of carriers that have really made it clear they don't want to grow in Colorado right now. A lot of them have shut down business. They won't even take new business. So we have customers that will call, or we'll reach out to them at renewal and say, listen, here's your rate. We couldn't look at other options, but it might cause a higher deductible.
Well, we need an insurance pool at some point where the state takes over.
They're talking about it, but specifically for the fire risk areas. But it's a very limited amount of coverage, and it's only covering fire, so you still have to have an insurance policy.
Well, you also have that for hail. If companies start pulling out, you would have to.
Yeah, I don't see Colorado having some kind of pool together for hail damage.
I see? I see hail-proof roofs as being the only solution.
The standard, yep. Yeah, like Mark, you have that roof that...
F-wave, right?
It takes hail and just absolutely nothing happens to it. Your roof can take the impact.
Is that right?
And if my roof can't take it, it's catastrophic.
That's what I mean, yeah. Yours, and I'm just wondering if more and more people are going to go to that kind of roof.
And mine's in essence hail-proof too.
Well, yeah, tile
the
and
stone.
Yeah.
Well, the problem with the hail-proof stuff is most people aren't going to come out of pocket. Like my roof would have been, I don't know, 70, 80,000 for a normal class 4. This stuff is double and more so. So I mean, most people aren't going to pay for that. Is the problem, Brian?
No, you're right. But if it's
because
getting
it'll
to a
take
point
years
where,
to make up for that.
But if it gets to the point where you're paying for your own roof in the case of a loss, you're going to do things to make
Mark,
it where it's not going to happen as frequently.
So Mark, what is the so the upgrade on that was basically double?
Yeah, it's a little more than double.
Wow. And now, what do they say about premium? Did you save? Could you calculate that?
Well, the premium doesn't. The reason it changes is because you up the deductible.
That's exactly
so
what I
I
was
went
saying.
to a very high deductible.
But they don't.
You still
they don't
only
give you
get a rating
just
of a
because
class 4.
They do, though.
They
Brian
do.
says
You
they
get a
do.
reward for it. But Mark, you're right. The bulk of your savings is going to be the fact that you don't care if you take a $20,000 deductible anymore, because your roof can hold up to this catastrophic, specifically for hail is what I'm talking, wind and hail deductible. You can raise that up because you're not worried about that loss. I say this to people that have concrete tile roofs. I say, you have the investment already in the roof. I would take advantage of that, get your premium lowered, because the chance of you having
Do I have that
loss,
on my roof, a higher deductible?
We do. We have
okay,
a higher
good.
deductible. Yep.
See, and that's because of the hail-proofness, if that's a word, of the roof. All right, let's go to Brian.
And that higher deductible, by the way, is only on those perils.
Are these both? No, I want to go to Brian with the homeowner's insurance question first. Go ahead, Brian.
How are you?
Hey, what's happening?
Hey, so what we're doing is we are going to be building some modular homes. Now, what I'm wondering is when we get them built and they're in transport, how are we going to ensure that?
All right, hold on. That's a great question. We're going to, because that's weird. We'll look it up. We'll talk about it coming up. 303-713-TALK. That Brian's next. Then Brian, another Brian is after that. And then we have Brian Burns with us from Compass Insurance Group.
It's a Brian Day.
Yeah, I'm Tom Martino.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Bank of America.
Some new slowdowns west of downtown. 6th Avenue westbound, a crash just after Perry Street has slow driving back from I-25. We're seeing a 5-minute delay. I-25 southbound, some stop and go between 48th and Colfax. I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. No complaints. I-25 northbound through town. That trend continues up north to Fort Collins. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, scattered thunderstorms later today, high 61, overnight low of 40. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, high 71. Hot on Thursday, high 79. The current temperature is 61 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses, so you can make every move matter. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America N.A. Copyright 2024.
All right. If you are looking for a safe and conservative investment, what I mean is this: if you have a lump sum accumulated, you can still play in the stock market, but at least get some money to safety for retirement. Even if you're not retiring right away, the longer it sits there and grows, the better. And you're guaranteed a certain rate of return. You're guaranteed not to lose principal or interest or anything, any dividends or anything you've gained. And then you're guaranteed an income for life depending on how much it grows. And all of that is disclosed in writing. Find out more, mymoneymyway.com. Joe Ciano and his team, people I know and trust, 303-779-6600. I also know and trust John Fuller. John Fuller is, I just love the way he does his law business, because he says, I'm going to do personal injury, but it's going to be unlike what you see. I'm not going to be these giant call centers and there's 60 attorneys. I'm not. I'm going to have me as the attorney. We have paralegals. We have a team. We have great people. And I'm going to handle, though, each and every case. And I'm going to talk to people before they become a client. If they want to talk to me, they talk to me directly. No intake committee, no call centers. And then they get my cell phone number if they hire me. It's that easy. He handles your case. Ha! Notice the difference. John Fuller, 303-597-4500. That's John Fuller. And you will love it, 303-597-4500, myaccidentlawyer.co.
Hi, it's Glenn Beck. Have you been thinking about selling your home? If you want the most money, call the agent that I would call, Troy Hansford. Troy sells more houses for more money than anyone in Denver. And his secret is a unique marketing system that's proven to get his clients the most money. Troy is so confident in his system that he will make you this guarantee. He'll sell your house at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. Now here's how it works. You just meet with Troy, you agree on a price and a timeline, and we can't get you that price or pay you $5,000 guaranteed. Troy Hansford, he spends tens of thousands on marketing to generate demand for your home. Troy has hundreds.
Were you here since I've been out, since the Aurora Borealis?
Have I been here since when?
The Aurora Borealis.
No.
This was taken from my cell phone, or actually it was
This,
Rob.
this is actually, you took this?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you saw
Well,
this?
Rob took it. I was right next to him, but I took mine too. But this was out.
You're the first person that I've talked to that actually saw
Oh
it.
yeah, we went out 2 in the morning, my son and I and him
That's
and
cool.
my son's friends. Yeah.
I was in Mexico.
Look,
That is so cool.
this is real shit.
That is crazy.
Look at how beautiful.
I thought you'd be up in your plane.
No, that's my son, and then it's me. We had this is in a well, this one was scary. Delete it. Oh.
And that first one is incredible.
Oh yeah.
And is that really what it looked like when you were looking at it?
No, but it looked almost like it. But
Okay.
the phone.
You could see the color.
The phone exposed a second. Oh, you could see every bit of it, but not that vibrant.
Okay.
Every bit of it.
That is
All
cool.
of those pictures are a tiny bit more than naked eye, only because the cell phone somehow
like exaggerates it a bit.
No, it just took a second to do it, so it burned in more, I guess. I don't know. It's not film, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But it worked. It really.
Wow.
I mean, it really shows.
That's cool that you guys did it.
Yeah. I took a picture of that, but okay. I just,
10 seconds,
pictures
guys.
You can't explain.
Roof? Call Excel Roofing 303-761-6400.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. So back to Brian. He had a question. He's building a home, manufactured home, while it's being transported. I want to ask an obvious question. Does the transport company have insurance?
Well, and it's usually who is
owner.
The owner of the house. Usually you don't take ownership until it arrives at your house.
I don't know, like
at your land.
Like Brian, explain that to us. You're going to have it transported. You bought it from a company. Do they insure it until it's set up?
Well, we will be the company, and we will be shipping them.
Now, what do you mean you will be? Oh, wait. You are building. You're in the business of building manufactured homes.
Well, we're not quite yet, but we're getting pretty close. And
really? No, hold on. Do you have a factory you're starting?
Essentially, yeah. We're getting the numbers right now, so we're gonna try to start building some manufacturing.
And how are you going to do it? Are you going to do like 2 pieces, 4 pieces? How are you going to do it?
Actually, these are going to be 2 stories, and they're going to be 3 pieces.
Very cool, man. That's what gave you the idea to do this.
Well, it's kind of weird because I talked to you about it before when we were building sheds, and we were craning the sheds over the houses, so it sort of morphed into this.
Okay, so do you have your first design?
I do, and I'm actually talking with, I'm getting some architecturals right now, and we've got to get some structural details, but other than that, we'll be ready to go, and we've found some properties that are, decently priced to where people can afford them. So
the only problem with building it in pieces like that is you have to have actually more structure than you would if you built it on site, because some of the things you can keep in common you can't do while transporting. But let me ask you this: do you have a transport company?
No, but we'll be supplying transport for.
No, I understand that. But have you talked? What I'm getting at is this: have you talked to transport companies?
No, talk to like Apex or someone. We have not.
Well, I would do that first, so you're not redundant. Many of these transport companies have already tackled this, but Brian's looking up too.
One thing that we have to do is we're going to be building the main structure on the actual trailer.
What? On what trailer?
So on a 45-foot gooseneck trailer.
But why? Why would you do that? Let me ask you. And then how do you get it off that trailer when you get it to the house? You crane it?
Yeah, we're going to crane it.
But why build it on? I'm just curious. I don't know anything about this, but why would you do it on there? Is it just easy? Is it just one less step then? Is that what you're thinking?
Exactly. So you don't have to get a crane out there to lift it onto the trailer.
Okay, well that's pretty cool.
If you got the trailer sitting right next to it, you might as well build it on it.
No, I mean that's a very good idea. Yeah. So,
well, as the builder, you're going to have an insurance policy.
Yeah, that's what he's asking.
Yeah, you'll have to get an insurance policy, which will have the commercial general liability and property and all that.
But the transport's going to be a special animal.
Well, but it's going to be part of his, because he's going to be regularly doing this. So he's going to just make sure that he has the coverage to protect him up to a certain dollar limit of whatever the most expensive amount is.
Or he's protected up to the point that it's hooked to that transport company, and then they might take over.
Yeah, no doubt. If he can get the transport company to actually take on the responsibility, great. If not, he just needs to make sure that his policy will extend.
Now, I've often said this, Brian, that building stuff under strict controls, if you have an environment of strict controls, if you're not just stick building it anyway, you're just doing it off-site. I mean, but if you're doing it to certain standards and jigs and all of that, you can actually turn out better quality than stick built on site.
Sure. Well, we have to abide by the IRC rules, anyway. So for HUD or any of that. So
yeah, but you want to go beyond that. I'm talking about going beyond that anyway. So are they going to be what price? Right. Like are they going to be considered medium kind of homes, higher end homes, fancy homes? What? Basic homes?
No, they're not. We're going to, like I said, we're going to try to keep them as affordable as we can so that people here in Colorado can actually buy them, because it's almost impossible now.
What price point? What price point do you have?
Yeah, we're trying to stay within $250 to $280, $250 to $275.
So if you stayed at $275, would that include transport?
And that's a 3-bedroom. That's going to be complete.
Is that, okay, that's on site,
Yes.
on their foundation?
So we're not going to be doing foundations. We're going to put these units on caissons so that we don't have.
But what
all
if
of that
they have a
extra money
foundation?
for-
Will you put it on their foundation?
If they want to put a foundation in, yeah, we can absolutely.
So
put
whatever
one on
they
their
want to
foundation.
do. So if they're looking at $275 to the site, and then you set it up, and they have a foundation, dirt work, and lot, then they're looking at a complete package of $500 or $600 probably.
Yeah, we're going to try to stay under that. 500,000 or 600,000. Is that what you're saying?
Well, here, okay, $275 for you. The foundation's going to be a minimum of $25,000 or more.
Yeah,
Right?
minimum.
Then you have the
dirt
lot,
work,
which
you're
is going to
looking
be
at
$250. If it's a lot that's going to allow them to have that, right? No, am I exaggerating?
Right. I don't think so. No, but we're looking at properties that are more in the $12,000 range.
What?
With cap fees that are $25,000. So
You're talking about like maybe half acre, quarter acres?
Yeah.
Okay.
Down in Pueblo, Colorado.
God, no.
City
Now
area.
I know what you mean. Okay, so you could keep that package to $350.
Oh yeah, easily.
Huh.
That would be high.
Now, would you include the lot, or will people call you with their own lot and their own dirt work?
Well, that's what we're doing. We're sort of doing a spec to start. We're going to do it all ourselves. Figure out, all of everything incorporated into it for pricing, and we're going to go from there. But we're going to try to stay under 275.
What
right around
name are you giving the company?
So it's going to be called Cubic Homes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Hey, keep in touch with us. I'd like to know how it goes. I love entrepreneurialism.
Absolutely.
I love it.
Sure, I appreciate it.
All right. So bottom line, as Brian said, there will be general liability insurance in a certain amount up to a point. They may or may not cover transport unless you include that, but you may not have to if you call a transport company and they've already done this before and have the insurance. We got more coming right up. Michael wants to talk about a car accident. Brian wants to talk about the other Brian, Social Security, and we'll have that right after this.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Bank of America.
Some new slowdowns west of downtown. 6th Avenue westbound, a crash just after Perry Street has slow driving back from I-25. We're seeing a 5-minute delay. I-25 southbound, some stop and go between 48th and Colfax. I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. No complaints. I-25 northbound through town. That trend continues up north to Fort Collins. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, scattered thunderstorms later today, high 61, overnight low of 40. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, high 71. Hot on Thursday, high 79. The current temperature is 61 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses, so you can make every move matter. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America N.A. Copyright 2024.
Zero Res Denver has it down when it comes to getting your carpets clean, your upholstery clean, your tile and grout clean. Man, you should see some of the before and after pictures. You don't think tile and grout get that dirty, but man, when it's cleaned, it's impossible to figure out why you didn't see it. And also, upholstery, I love ZeroResDenver.com. I love it because they have the best cleaning agent. They have harnessed water, super soft, purified water. I swear to you, it can remove any dirt, grime, stains, pathogens. I love it. I use it in my home. It's the only system. ZeroResDenver.com. Get Zero Resified, $109 for 3 rooms. Check them out. Plus ductwork, $75 off. Zero Res Denver, 303-471-5150. Once you go there, you're not going to go back. 303-471-5150. RVing is a lifestyle, and it's such a cool one because you get to make your own schedule, your own itinerary. Mark and Suze are planning one, and you get that feeling of freedom. Lazy Days RV can help you. They are the RV authority. The website, lazydays.com. Lazydays.com. for maintenance, sales, service, for all of your RV needs. LazyDays.com.
Those cars are so freaking ugly.
Hey, Mark.
Take advantage of our May floor model sale at all 7 store locations. Imagine this, no more wasted time in traffic, no more crowded gyms.
Have you had any contact with Marvel?
No, not a couple of weeks.
I heard her on the air.
Oh, yeah, you're leaving soon?
It's 12.
It was the typical call like we have. We tried contacting several people, but no one will answer the phone, talk to you.
Plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains, think Plumline Service. With quality brands like Carrier and always plum crazy value. I use Plumline in my home on a mission of excellence with character and ethics. Clear drains, fix leaks, wiring, and quality Carrier systems. Plumline Services from Castle Rock to Fort Collins. Service
I don't know, maybe Marvel just hasn't come in.
25 years strong. PlumlineServices.com.
She just
Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Attention first-time home buyers. If you're looking for a home, listen close.
Sounds like she's got a busy
And all
other
homes
life.
are not created equal. This is
Yeah.
Amy Chemansky with U.S. Mortgages. And sure, we offer same-day pre-approvals like many do. But something unique is our grant money down payment. That's an actual gift, not a second mortgage like most offer.
What's the difference?
The difference is you have to pay back the second mortgage, but on our grant money program, you don't. The difference is so big, it could be over $25,000 big.
Wow, that's a lot of money.
Yes, it is. And even if you have the money saved for a down payment, you could use that money for improvements or to help pay for the move, maybe eliminate some other debts, or simply lower your loan balance. It's your money, it's your choice. You don't need perfect credit either. We can help them to a 620 score.
Dave, that's amazing.
Know that U.S. Mortgages and our number says it all. 303 low rate. That's 303 low rate or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and pay. License number 392126. Kick off your summer with iHeart 80s. Rewind to a decade of music that defined a generation. From Madonna to Michael. And more.
Oh, God. Such a... no, I just did something.
10 seconds, guys.
Former acting DHS Secretary Chad Wolf of the border, who's here, who's not, and who should not be allowed in, and more on the Joe Pag Show. Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW.
No, it does. But it's certain. Hi. Tom Martino. Your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. And let's talk now to Brian about Social Security. Brian, you have a question? Go ahead, Brian.
How's it going, Tom?
Good, man. What's happening?
Okay. I'm attempting to record a death with my mother-in-law. So I called Social Security because I'm still getting medical or federal benefits. She passed away in December, and I've been trying to call Social Security, but all I get is a recorded line saying you got to wait on hold. So you stay on hold for an hour and a half, and finally it gets to a point where you says leave your name and number, and we'll call you back because of unforeseen call volume.
So you're
I
trying
waited.
is she still getting Social Security?
Correct.
Have you been keeping that money in an account?
Yes, in a savings account.
Good.
I just don't know. I mean, do I take off?
Because they're going to
to
eventually, when they find out, they're going to claw it back anyway. So what should you do?
Yeah, and
I would, if I were you, first of all, it's your mother-in-law. So who's the legal representative? Your wife?
My wife, yeah.
She needs to make an appointment with Social Security probably because it's hell on the phone. It really is. It just sucks.
Okay.
I mean, has she tried to do that?
Not well. She recently had to make an appointment for DMV because that's the only way you can get in there to get a new license. So she'll have to. Yeah, I'll have to set her up for that and see when exactly they can come see her. Now, another thing on the same item, the healthcare facility that she was at, the assisted care where she passed away at. We've been trying to get a itemized statement of what the last month charges were because it's different than what she was typically paying.
What do you mean? How much off is it?
Oh, it's about $700.
She paid $700 more than she was normally paying.
That's what they're asking for. They're asking for $2,300, but she normally pays about $1,400.
For what? Is this for a month or what?
1 month, correct.
Well, it's because of unless she died perfectly, she has notice required, and they'll charge you per diem.
Okay. Although I'm trying to get a hold of them, I've left multiple messages at the accounting department, and we even got a live person once, and they said, "Oh yeah, I'll pass that information."
It's very
off to
unlikely
them.
that she died perfectly on 30 days' notice. Sometimes it's 60 days' notice.
True.
Hold on, though. I have information on reporting at death as well. We'll come back to you. And also, Michael wants to know about an auto accident. Hang on. I'm Tom Martino. More coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Finds out about deaths pretty quickly in advance.
Okay, I'm just marking down here.
Yeah. I don't know if like the funeral homes, when they do the death certificate,
2.5 months ago.
goes into some database. And seem to know right away.
Did you say your surgery is the 29th?
And then they start
What's that office?
freezing the account.
What's that office that you go to get birth certificates and death certificates?
Well, I've been there. Years ago, I had to go physically.
Yeah, it was that like 6th and Banner.
What's her first name again, Brian? K-O-U-R-T.
You probably have access to something like that.
Yeah.
Courtney, that's a very unusual spelling.
Yeah, it's just everything else is usually just C-O-U-R-T.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just with the K.
I've never seen it with a K.
Yeah. Both her parents had K names.
Now I'm just going to put this out to our prayer chain here. Okay, so
It's amazing how something comes to you.
Yeah, it just pops in.
Yeah.
Skyray train. Okay.
I had to go to vital certificates. So yeah.
All right, Tom, thank you. Always.
Yeah, man.
We'll let you know how it goes.
Yes, for sure. I'll be in touch. Good to see you. Just make sure you close that and pull it. Well, I'm going to come up anyway, but sometimes that's stubborn. I don't know why.
Yeah, that's over.
I don't know why it does it. I got to get adjusted. It's one of the few things.
Guy, Brian, talking about, yeah, they make an appointment for a visitor or something.
A lot of people don't realize, but you can go to any Social Security office. If you wanted to make a day out of it, and there's one in Cheyenne, you can go up there. I visited when I worked for FEMA. There was a couple things I had to do, and I saw that there was this little standalone building that said Social Security office. And God, there's no one ever here. Not like, you know.
Right.
The ones around Denver, Metro Denver. I stopped in there. Yeah, they handle anything. Oh, the other Brian's leaving.
Yeah, he's gone.
Nestle says the products will have more protein, iron, and calcium. Products expected to be available in October. Some estimates indicate that about 1 in 8 adults have used those weight loss drugs now. Chuck Severson, ABC News.
Hey, there he is. How's it going? I'm having a stroke. Are you going to shake my hand or what? I'm having a stroke. Wow, you're not even moving your arm. I'm having a stroke. Are you okay? I'm having a stroke. Your face looks weird too. I'm having a stroke. Are you having a seizure or something? I'm having a stroke. When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear. I'm having a stroke. You just need to know the 7 signs. Look for FAST, F-A-S-T. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. Or S, speech difficulty. Then T, time. Time to call 911 immediately, because the sooner they get to the hospital, the sooner they'll get treatment. And that can make a remarkable difference in their recovery. Know the 7 signs. Face, arm, speech, time. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council. K-How News Time, 103.
People living in Yuma are cleaning up after a major hailstorm pummeled the town last night. Hailstones at least the size of golf balls shattered the windows of cars, homes, and businesses, left the ground completely covered. The hail caused cars to slide off roads, block drainage systems, resulting in some street flooding. A power line was also knocked down during the storm, sparking a small fire. Arapahoe County has a $9 million annual budget to maintain their roads and other infrastructure, but officials say they need $26 million. Public Works and Development Director Brian Weimer tells Fox 31 that has impacted the quality of the roads in the county.
Our goal is to have 85% in excellent, good, fair. We're at 59%.
The county is asking residents for feedback on several options to deal with the budget shortfall. Those options include budget cuts, along with ballot measures to approve a county sales tax and allow the county to raise its mill levy to its pre-Tabor level. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Some news slowdowns west of downtown. 6th Avenue westbound a crash just after 3rd Street. Slow driving back to I-25 and seeing 5 things delayed. I-25 southbound some stopping there between 48th and Colfax. I-70 east and westbound flowing through from the foothills to the I-10 back and no complaints. I-25 northbound through town. That train continues up on Fort Collins. Fox 31 at Change Point weather. Scattered thunderstorms later today. High 61 overnight low of 40. Tomorrow mostly sunny. High 71. Hot on Thursday. High 79. The current temperature is 61 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather. Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourselfers. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, Blindster blinds are custom made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
Hey, it's Broncos Country. I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There's nothing more important than your health. That's why I'm going to smart move and fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. Having 2 treadmill at home is the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. Take advantage of our May floor model sale at all 7 store locations. Imagine this. No more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play. Get your family involved. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy.
Hey, Tom.
Hey, Brian, is there someone at the office I can call for examples of any of the insurance checkups?
Why don't you...
Looks like the Brian guy left.
Me and I can give you... I mean, I'll just be driving for the next 45 minutes.
Okay.
So
I'll.
just give me a heads up. I'll just pull it up. I'll pull over, and then I'll just pull out my phone because I've got them on my phone.
Okay, I'll be doing it on my Google Voice number.
Okay.
It's like 999 something. Okay, I'll see you.
All right, see ya.
Bye.
You got that right. You need inflation salvation. Save me with some cash. Weekdays 9 a.m. through 5 p.m. Listen for your chance to win $1,000 on Denver's Talk
6:30 KL. Sponsored by Maverick. When you pay with Maverick's Nitro card, you always save 10 cents or more on fuel every gallon, every day. And you could save a whole lot more thanks to Nitro Best Price. Pick up a Nitro card and upgrade your Adventure Club account today. Maverick. Adventure's first stop. Denver's talk station has your chance to win
10 seconds here, guys.
Keyword on our website, cash. That's cash. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We're here to help you solve your problems. Don't forget, 303-MARTINO. You can call 24/7, 303-627-8466. I love Grossman Wellness. I attribute them to much of my health. I've been going to Dr. Grossman for many years, and I pay a fat monthly fee for all my prescriptions, my supplements, my blood work every 3 months. And, you know, not much can develop in 3 months. Now, I'm not saying I'm bulletproof, but I will say this. Thank God for great medicine. And here's the thing. It's proactive, and it's an above and beyond insurance and all that. I know that. But people, what is more important than your health, right? Especially as you get older, huh? GrossmanWellness.com. For $249, you can get started. Just no obligation. Just get your blood work for $249. Your exam and your consultation, $249. GrossmanWellness.com. Hey, so Brian's talking about Social Security, and I did some research here. I did find a few things. There's a special line for reporting death, by the way, and it's different from the regular Social Security line. Did you know that, Brian?
I did not.
Well, that's what they say. Now, it might turn out that it's just the regular number, but this one says, funeral homes usually report to this number. If you haven't done it, you can call. Now, like I said, that's what this is saying. But then the more I look at it, it might be the regular number. What number have you been calling?
Oh, you know, Tom, I have that information at home, but it's a 1-800 number. I know that.
Yeah, that's what this is. But are you in a place where you can write this down just to be sure?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I'm not sure it's different, but it's 800-772-1213. To me, that sounds pretty general as a number. But the other one is you must retain benefits or be penalized. And it says it is all right. You can go to the local Social Security office, and to visit you. The problem is if you visit, you have to make an appointment. And it looks like that number might be general, but I'm on their website, Social Security, and it says you have to file a report with the Social Security number, date of birth, date of death, and have a death certificate. And
you know, I want to say I think I did something similar to that, but then it said I must call on this number to talk to somebody.
And was it the 12?
And
well,
I'm
okay. Well,
I think it might have been. I don't know.
You can do either one, or you can make an appointment.
Yeah.
And I think they say you go to your local office, whatever that means. You could probably look that up. But let me know if you need any help after you get home and look at that number. And then try to make an appointment. You did file something online, though?
I tried, and it said no, I couldn't.
Oh.
Yeah, they said you got to call this number, and when I did, that's when I got the forever hold, and then they finally said leave your name and number, and we'll call you as soon as we can.
God, you would think it would be easier.
Yeah, I just want to report the death. That's all I want to do, and let them keep their money.
No, I know that.
So yeah.
Okay, let me know what happens on that, because when I see this contact number, so it does seem that there might be a different number. So I'm not sure. I would try that number I gave you. That does seem to be a different number the more I look at it. But anyway, let me know what happens. Thank you, Brian. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right. Michael's got a question on an auto accident. By the way, Compass Insurance, Brian had to leave. We do have some examples I'm going to be getting to on some insurance checkup savings we've made on that. Go ahead, Michael.
Hey, Tom. How's it going today?
Good. What's happening?
So I was in an automobile accident back in January.
Okay.
The other driver kind of admitted fault, basically.
Were you
and I've
injured?
been trying to work with. No, there were no injuries.
Oh, good.
It was a pretty low velocity incident. But I was T-boned. I was stopped at a stoplight, and they were trying to take a right-hand turn, and they lost traction. And,
Okay.
So we exchanged information, and I got in touch with their insurance company.
Oh, wait. No police report.
No.
And no.
This was.
Was it during accident alert?
During accident
Well,
alert?
you said
What
it was
is
in
that?
January, and they lost traction. I was wondering if it was during a storm or something. Accident alert
Yes.
is where you don't call the cops.
Actually-
Because you're supposed to call a cop and report this. Why didn't you guys get a police report?
So, back in January, there was a terrible snowstorm.
That's
There
what
was-
I
don't know
meant.
if
So
you
it was
heard, there
accident
a-
alert.
Yeah.
But then you're supposed
Yeah,
to
there
at
was
least
a-
follow up with a counter report, but you didn't do that?
No. This happened up in Dillon County, and
Okay, got it.
yeah, I didn't follow up. Sorry, Summit County.
Okay.
Anyhow, so I got in touch with their insurance company and tried to make some headway there, and they told me this is going to hit a limit. I assume they meant like the policy limit or coverage limit.
Well, what's going to
And
hit a
they
limit?
said-
What were you putting a claim in for?
Oh, so for the damages.
Well,
Because
okay.
I want my vehicle to be repaired.
What kind of vehicle do you have?
It's a 17 Toyota Tacoma.
Okay, and what do they mean it's going to exceed damages? I don't understand that.
So an initial estimate was done, came in, I don't know, maybe $2,000-$3,000, and I thought that was low, so I brought it to a different shop and got an estimate by certified Toyota repair shop, and their estimate came in at I think like $17,000, so quite different.
Yeah, but are these? What's your vehicle worth?
I think the blue book is maybe in the low 20s, like 22, 23,000.
Well, they're not going to pay 17 to fix it. They're going to total it.
Exactly.
Okay, and they have a right to do that, but you have a right. Listen, you don't have a contract with that other insurance company. Who is the other insurance company?
Progressive.
And I don't know, and that's a good company. That, in other words, they wouldn't lie to you. But I doubt
Right.
that they don't have a limit that goes up to totaling that car. I mean, the state limits would be above the value of that car. I mean, well, first of all, what do they mean? I don't even know what they mean. They can't. That it's the limit.
Yeah, so I mean, the driver was from out of state. They hit me while they were on vacation in a rental car.
Listen, you have a right. You have a right to have your vehicle replaced. Okay, you can either do it through insurance or you can do it by suing the other victim. The other party. The other party might not have any money worth going after. But how much are they offering you? Bottom line.
So I stopped working with Progressive and started working with my own insurance company.
Okay, do you have collision coverage?
I do.
Well, that's exactly what you should do.
Yes. So that's what I did. But it kind of resulted in, similar outcome. Basically, their adjuster came out, said there was a few $1,000s worth of damage. The garage showed them their estimate, put the truck up on a list so they could get a closer look. And so now my understanding is they want to total the vehicle.
Your insurance company?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. But they haven't told me what the terms, like the different, the value for the payout is. Because I'm thinking maybe I'll hold on to it with a salvage title.
Yeah, you could do that.
But
so what you
know,
have to
I
do
wanna-
is just do some homework. We have a place called Petty Details, and you can find them on the referral list.
Okay.
And Petty Details, that's what they do. They specifically do this. That's what they do. It's called Petty Details. Let me find it here. If you just put in Petty, it'll come up. I just did. Let me just go to it now. Okay. Search. There it is. Okay. So Petty Details, what it does is it has a free service to give you what that car should be worth. Or if they have to do more than that, it's going to cost you money, like go to court and all that. But I think that their courtesy service might work for you. And it's Petty Details. And they're out of, they're all over the country. They're good people. PETTY, Petty Details Appraisal Services. That'll give you a fair price. But what do you want? Do you have a figure in your head?
I mean, what I want in an ideal world is my vehicle back pre-collision condition.
Yeah, but they're not going to fix it. They're not obligated
not
to. They're obligated to give you what that car's worth.
Yeah.
And you said it was, what year did you, 2017, right?
Yeah, it's a 2017. It's got about 118,000 miles.
A Toyota Tacoma, right?
Yep. Off-road package. I've kept it clean. I've brought it to the dealership for all the maintenance. Never been in a, major accident before.
Well, there's a big value there's a big discrepancy on value depending on the mileage.
Sure.
So what was the mileage?
A little over 100,000, about 118, 119, I think.
That's going to be on the lower end, but I don't know. It's going to be about 20 grand, 22.
Yeah. So, I don't know. So if
did you put any improvements on it in the last 90 days, like tires or anything?
Yeah, I got winter tires on it, but that was put on last season.
Listen, here's the bottom line. Even if you goose it, it's 22, 23 grand. So what's normally going to happen is if the settlement's 23 and you want to keep the car, they're going to take out a salvage value. So that could be, so here's what's very important. It's important that you take the salvage value figure and see if it can be repaired. And if not, then it's not worth taking. It's that simple.
Okay. So the reason the repair cost is so high is because the rocker panel was affected. Basically, there's a running board, and the vehicle hit the running board, which is bolted into the rocker panel.
Which is the frame part, which is a frame. It's way more than a okay. Yeah.
Well, a rock slider, I think, is bolted into the frame. But with the unibody construction, my understanding is correct, the running board's bolted into the rocker panel, and so you can't, the garage said they can't just repair that. They have to put in a new rocker panel, which means they have to take off, the door, the hinge pillar,
which is framework. Which is framework.
Okay. Yeah. So there's a safety implication here, right?
That's right. So you have to make sure it can be repaired, or you take the money.
Okay.
What good is it if they don't take you? The money they offer has to be enough to fix it.
Well, but the money they offer is just going to be for the market value of the vehicle, right? Because they're calling it a total loss.
Yeah, that's right. But when you want to keep it, they'll take away a few thousand. Whatever the net is, if you want to keep it, there's one price. If they take it, it's another price. Okay?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So you have to you want to keep the car and see if it can be fixed. Then you need to get the figure they're willing to pay with you keeping the car. So Let's say they're willing to pay 15 and you could keep the car, or 18 and you can, whatever it is.
Tom.
You got to make sure you can do that. 303-713-8255.
Do you have more than 25 years of mortgage payments left to pay, but you plan on retiring in less than 10 years? Yikes. Sounds like you need to check out the Life Changer loan. Our average client pays off in just 5 years without changing a dime of spending habit. And they get to keep access to their equity in retirement. In fact, Ben Stein calls this loan the greatest invention in personal finance in his lifetime. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Life Changer Loan Corp is a licensed Colorado mortgage company. NMLS 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Keel and Park are bankruptcy attorneys that, they're estate planning attorneys that, everyone needs a will or a trust or any part of that. And what they can help you do is look ahead in life to see what you're going to need to pass on to your children or to your heirs, your loved ones. They look at everything free of charge. They look at your business, your artwork, your investments, your lifestyle. They look at your vehicles, whatever you have, your home, your spouse. And then you come up with a plan. But all of this is a free look. They come up with a plan and price it for a flat rate. Once that's done, then all you need to do is decide how much of it you want to do. Keel and Park will handle all of it. That's Keel and Park. That's with the E on the end of common spellings, Keel and Park. 970-818-8198. That's 970-818-8198. LawKP.com. Genesis TotalExteriors.com. The company that you want if you're looking for any exterior work, from the roof, soffits, fascia, siding, windows, doors, decks, railings, painting, stucco. They do it all. If it's outside, they do it. And they do inside work as well when it comes to home improvements. But they've added recently something that's very important, and that is mold detection and mitigation. Get it done the honest way with Genesis TotalExteriors.com. Someone I've known for many years, and you can trust them. That's the important thing, because when it comes to mold, you can be ripped off. These guys will be honest and thorough. 303-679-8509, Genesis TotalExteriors.com. Okay, I'm going to call Brian and get some examples here. All right, hold on. Brian Burns, there you go.
Yeah. Yep.
Hold on. Output.
No. That's not what it's about. And then, let's see. Here at 5 o'clock. So if you want to come up to the
Hey, Brian.
Hey, Tom.
I'm going to put you on hold and come back to you right out of the break.
Normally, well, we
Okay, sounds good. I'll pull over.
All right, thanks.
5:06 is when we go back. So just kind of keep that in mind. 4695 South Monaco. And that's Denver. 80237. Yeah, so there's a circular drive in front of the building. Go ahead and park there. And then text me and I can come and get you guys, but you got to go up to the 4th floor.
See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter. Quote free. Just go to
Absolutely. So it'll be 5:06 up until we sign off at 5:58. I will. Okay, no problem. Okay, bye.
And Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Haley, quote, Navage is the best thing I've bought. I love it. My nose feels so clear now and I can breathe. I've been struggling with a stuffy nose for weeks. I bought Navage and it's amazing. For this one, I use Navage every night. Could not imagine life without it. I have 5 cats and before I found Navage, I was a closet mess. Now I breathe so much better. Unquote. Those are 2 of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, clean life. This report is sponsored by Bank of America.
When I came in today, I can't figure out why they did what they did to that door.
I don't know either.
Bring it. I viewed you twice.
Unless they're going to be doing something else out there.
Yeah.
It's a pain in the butt because I think you really have to coach card key or women. Take their card features. Women first.
10 seconds, guys.
There.
Local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I want to go to Brian Burns now. I got him on the line. Let me bring him up. And it's about some of the things we've done. Hold on. Brian, are you there yet? Hold on. Okay, Brian?
Hey, Tom.
All right, thanks. So the insurance checkup, as you always do, but we highlight it on the days you were on the show today, 303-996-9000. And people call and they get their Dex page and see what you can do. In some cases, you can save money. In some cases, you're honest. You say no. What kind of examples do we have?
Well, I have a few here. I'll share a couple of them, but the ones that I'm sharing have to do with roof coverage because you and I were talking about it earlier.
Got it.
But we had a customer call in. They're with Liberty Mutual right now, and between auto and home, they were at about $8,000. $3,206 on the auto, $50,090 on the home. We got them a quote with a company called Acuity, and was a total savings of almost $1,600. But we moved their coverage A on their home, the actual dwelling amount, from $365. That's what they had with Liberty Mutual. We moved them up to $572. Got them replacement costs on the roof. They had actual cash value.
Oh my God, that is one of the best.
All that and save them. Yeah,
that was one of the best deals I've ever heard. They saved $1,600. Plus, you got them out of a big jam when it comes to ACV, and if they ever had a total loss, they were underinsured.
Yep, exactly. So much better deal. We had another one here. They are with Allstate right now, and were being non-renewed because they were not non-renewed. They were being renewed with no roof coverage. They weren't going to cover the roof anymore. We found them a deal with Acuity as well, and we got them replacement cost on the roof and saved them $1,000 still.
Holy crap, Brian, you're hitting out of the park. What else you got? Although that's enough.
There's one. Yep, there's one here. They were a customer with State Farm. They only had 20% extended replacement cost. We got them uncapped replacement cost and saved them on the auto and home $1,600 a year.
Oh man, this has been a great one today.
Yeah, there's been, and then there's a lot of examples of. I see one here, moving from Farmers. We're putting them with Travelers, saved them $800 a year. This one $700 a year. Moving them from Liberty Mutual to Acuity. I mean, so there's smaller examples as well.
Okay, so Brian, I want to remind people they can call you guys, ask for the insurance checkup. Is that on your phone tree yet? I'm just curious about it.
Yeah, it is. Yep,
okay.
It is.
Good.
You can push. I think it's number 1 on there. So yeah.
Whatever it is, it's 303-996-9000 is where you start. And man, I've been doing this for years. What a great idea. And in fact, you can't go wrong. Okay, thank you, Brian. I appreciate it. That's 303-996-9000. I love it when things like this go on, right? I love it. Now, okay, that was him hanging up. You heard that sound. Sorry about that. Now, I said that the FTC has stepped in when it comes to contracts, and they have said that they are going to basically outlaw, in a way, through their regulation, it's not a law, all of the non-competes. They think non-competes are unfair. So basically, what they said was that if you have they have a rule, and if you have a contract with a non-compete, they're in essence banning it. They're saying that it's against public interest. Now, a lot of business advocates, I consider myself a business advocate, but I never really loved non-compete, having been in them most of my life in broadcasting. You know, you'd negotiate a great deal, and then they come to you and say, by the way, you can't work for anyone else for 2 years after you leave here, and sometimes it's a year, sometimes that can cripple you, and it takes away all your negotiating power, right? But anyway, some business advocates are saying that it's unconstitutional. I don't think so. I mean, I don't know enough about the Constitution to really get that deep in the woods with it, but the ban is forecasted to affect 30 million contracts. So what it does is it takes away a company's ability to keep you from working. Don't you think in my opinion, they should. I mean, you should be able to work. Now, granted, if someone moved you to a place and trained you, I would have no problem with a financial responsibility if you don't work a certain number of years to have to pay it back. But to forbid you to work anywhere else, to me, that is unconstitutional. And they're saying, well, what about trade secrets and all of that? Well, that's a separate civil action. I guess that if you took trade secrets and took it to another company who competes with them, it could be a problem. But this is one of the things we have to tackle. And really, if you think about it, we're getting more and more liberal when it comes to relaxing things like this. I mean, it used to be truly, and this is not meaning I love it and I think, the progressive way is the only way, nor am I saying the conservative way is the only way. What I'm saying is this. When it comes to business, I'm all for business thriving, but I also believe that workers have to be able to sustain themselves. And if you're really good and great at what you do, you should be able to peddle your wares somewhere, and you should be able to put it out for bid. Who's going to pay me the most or the best for what I do? Because if what you do is not that great, guess what? You don't have that ability. Anyway, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I don't know what you guys feel about it, but I think doing away with it's not a bad idea. Joe, what is your question? I'm going to take a quick break, but I want to get your question and get started on it. What's going on?
I just wanted to find out if my roof being, 24 plus years old, do I have to notify my insurance company that I intend to put a new roof on, absent of a claim? It's not a claim thing, I believe.
Okay, do you mind holding? Because this is a great call and I have some advice. So we'll be right back. I'm Tom Martino. More coming up.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Denver Mattress.
Some usual slowdowns throughout the Denver Metro for the 1 o'clock hour. I-25 southbound showing speeds in the 30s and 40s between I-70 and Spear Boulevard. Northbound I-25 slow between Alameda and Colfax. I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again through Commerce City. I-270 westbound, some stop and go at Vasquez. If you're heading to Boulder, Highway 36 east and westbound flowing free through the Boulder area. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, gray skies today, high 61, overnight low of 40. The current temperature in Denver is 60 degrees with your Impact Traffic and weather. Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Shop the massive 4-day sale at Denver Mattress. Save $100 on every $1,000 you spend. Get up to $500 off select Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress sets and receive a $300 gift free, plus 6 years no interest and free shipping. Hurry! The massive 4-day sale at Denver Mattress ends Monday.
You know, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, even though the name says it all, I can't tell you how many times people say, Tom, what do they do exactly? Well, I can't tell you what they do exactly for you because they do different things for everyone, meaning what do you need for retirement? Where are you lacking for retirement? Where can you shore up your retirement? They look at your investments. They look at your insurances. They look at your elements like 401ks or IRAs. They look at your income, what safety bucket you have, your nest egg, how to grow the nest egg or protect the nest egg if you've already grown it, and then how to produce income. All of these elements become part of what they do for you. They're your quarterback for retirement, no matter how early you're planning or how late you've waited. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. That's rpcenter.com. I am a client, and they are a sponsor, and that should tell you something. I believe in them. 970-663-3211. 970-663-3211. You know, the art of granite is what I call the art of doing it the right way when it comes to granite countertops or any countertops. And I got good news right now. Free materials. Now, listen, I'm not exaggerating. They have a boneyard, it's called. It's a remnant pile. They have beautiful slabs, remnants. They have pieces that can make vanities, pieces that can make small kitchen counters. They can make a desk. They can make, a bar, whatever you want. Free materials. They only charge for the fabrication and installation if you choose from the remnants. So whether you're doing that or not, call and get your price right now. 303-386-5919. Free materials, theartofgranite.com. Hey, bro.
Yo.
Would it be a lot of trouble? If so, if I might be able to go on the YouTube for those last two spots, if you could email them to me. If it's a pain in the ass, don't worry about it.
Do what now?
The last two spots I did, can you clip, because we're right here now, can you send them to me, just the audio?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Now, the guy about roofing, let's see, he was asking about something. Damn it. Let's see, he was asking about.
He wants to put on a new roof.
Thank you, bro. And that's right. On his own. Okay, good. Chopper, I forgot all about you sitting there, bro.
I know, it's a dead day.
I know. Well, there wasn't anything really to work on, but I've worked on, let's see, I went flying both Saturday and Sunday. I got a cool video going through a shower.
Florida's a long way, Tom.
Yeah, but I'd like to do it, man. It would be fun. It would be a long time, though. But it'd be faster than a car.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's right.
Fly down commercially and come back. I've done that.
I don't think I don't know, but from what Tom says, I don't think she's going to contract with me.
Oh.
Yep. Art of granite and return.
Ten seconds.
Oh, my God.
And subscription plan. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
Tom Martino here. Welcome. Let's talk to Joe. By the way, Frank Duran, therealestateman.com does a free market valuation of your home for the asking. That's Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. So if you want to know what your house is going to sell for, this is the way to do it. Get Frank on your side. And there's no obligation to list ever.
Turn yourself up.
And that's 303-920-1622. All right, can you not hear me for some reason?
You're stupid quiet.
Really? Right now I'm quiet all of a sudden, huh?
Yep.
Oh, I'll boost this. Is it better now?
A little bit. Keep going.
I don't know what happened. I mean, something happened to the broadband because I didn't touch anything, and I know Mark makes fun of me when I say that. How is it now? Still bad?
Still bad.
My God. Well, something happened. My meters are all the same here, so what should we do? Is it all right?
You've gotten a little better now.
Okay. I turned it up. I'm going to keep turning it up, but I know I'm going to be overmodulating tomorrow. But, okay, you all right?
Perfect. Love it.
Frank Duran, the real estate man, as I said, 303-920-1622, free market valuation of your home for the asking. No obligation to list. Now, Joe wants to know about doing his roof. Now, Joe, are you buying this house?
No, I've been in for 20 years.
And you want to replace your roof voluntarily because it's wearing out, right?
Yeah, in the full pictures, I'm at 9,200 feet in wildfire country up there. And, I'm hesitant to involve my insurance company in any way, shape, or form, fear of being dropped. So am I able to just put on a new roof?
Well, of course you are, but hold on a second. You can't involve your insurance company unless you had an event. You haven't had an insurable event, have you?
No, not at all. It's wore out. It's 24, 26 years old.
And what kind is it?
Shingle.
Okay. Asphalt, right?
Correct.
All right. Yeah, you can replace that roof in a heartbeat. You don't have to do anything. But you could get a discount by telling him you have a new roof.
Okay. That's why I want to know. Does it work in my favor?
It can work in your favor, especially if you get an upgraded shingle, something that might be a little more resistant to anything like fire or wind or hail or whatever. Yeah, I mean, it depends.
Well, that was another part of my question. Up at that altitude, our hail tends to be very, very small.
You're right. That won't help you.
Do I need to upgrade?
You know what? You may not need to upgrade, and you may not get a discount. I'd like to ask, I don't know if Brian's still driving, but I'd actually like to ask him that. So hold on. Let me just see if I can just redial him real quick. This is going to be, he's already given me permission to talk to him. I'm just going to talk to him right now and see if he answers, because this is a good question. All right. Now, he may be off the road by now. 303s. Let's see. Yeah, he's not answering.
You reached the cell phone.
Yeah. Okay. So he's not answering, but we'll find out for sure. But I know for sure you don't have to contact them for this, but you may want to. That's the part we have to find out if you're going to get any credit for that. And Excel Roofing might know it. They might know that. If we can get, I don't know, Kachina, if Jay's around, if you can find him. I didn't ask him ahead of time, so I can't call him cold. But you might want to call Jay and see if he's around at Excel or Henry. And then we'll get you an answer if you want to keep listening. Or Joe, you're welcome to come back on tomorrow, and we will talk about it. I have some major news right now. All right? You want to hear what it is? Well, I don't know if it's major news, but there are a lot of things going on, and one of them is lawsuits. The University of Colorado's vaccine mandate, by the way, violated the Constitution, okay? And this isn't just decided, but there was another court of appeals that upheld the decision just recently. So what happened was they were illegally mandating vaccinations, and they are now opened up for a number of lawsuits. And no one's talking about this. Now, I think they're not talking about it because the original mandate that was ruled and was back in, they said that it was back in September of 2021. But then recently, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 10th Circuit said that it was illegal. It was unconstitutional. 303-713-8255.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
Some usual slowdowns throughout the Denver metro for the 1 o'clock hour. I-25 southbound showing speeds in the 30s and 40s between I-70 and Spear Boulevard. Northbound I-25 slow between Alameda and Colfax. I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again through Commerce City. I-270 westbound, some stop and go at Vasquez. If you're heading to Boulder, Highway 36 east and westbound flowing free through the Boulder area. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, gray skies today, high 61, overnight low of 40. The current temperature in Denver is 60 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
All right, if you are looking for one of the great investments for your home, QCcolorado.com is the one that I recommend for the most bang for your buck. You're gonna pay yourself back almost in a season, for goodness sakes. Well, maybe not a season, but I'll tell you what. I have hardly used my AC after putting in the QC whole house fan. I love it. Now, it's great for this, okay? It is good for just letting your air conditioner work less. That's the number one thing. It keeps, though, temperatures more even, too, so it's more comfortable and fresh air. And you really, really want to get in before the rush. That's the important thing. And they'll come and do it, and they remotely mount it in the attic with a small grate in the upper floor. And the best part about it is it works. And no digging into the walls for wiring. It's all remote controlled. 303-800-3419. 303-800-3419. QCcolorado.com. Discount Bath. Can you say anything better than Discount Bath? What I mean is a bath at a discount. You know, they say baths and kitchens make a home. If you want to save money, Discount Bath has forward, upfront, transparent pricing. They also do tear out and haul away free right now, and that's like a $3,000 value depending on the size of your bath. 720-979-2322. Finally, a company that wants to put design and quality and warranties out there along with the word discount. They're not afraid of the word. It's in their name. DiscountBath.com. 720-979-2322. 720-979-2322. DiscountBath.com. Okay, it's great weather. You want to get away to even better weather or just take a road trip? Sentry RV can help you. Excuse me, Sentry was the name. Now they're Lazy Days. Sentry were our friends up at I-25 and exit 240 where that big, beautiful new maintenance facility is. Well, guess what? They are now Lazy Days RV of Denver at Longmont, and you can reach those as well up at exit 240 and I-25 on Frontage Road, or any LazyDays.com for new and used RVs and service. The RV Authority, LazyDays.com. All right, I can call him again. Hold on. He said I can call him right now.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah, you don't have to pull over for this one. It's not about facts and figures. It's just about putting on a new roof.
Okay.
All right, just hold on. It's a general question.
Okay, Dwight, what's the best number to reach you?
You know, Dragon, you have the same name as a famous comedian. You know that, right?
Sure do.
The dwarf.
I'm a little taller than him, though.
Well, I know, but let me tell you about him. I got to know him, and we actually socialized a little when he was out here years ago. He probably doesn't remember anymore, but we had fun. Because he wanted somewhere to go, and he didn't know anyone. So I said, you know what, bro, let's just go out to eat or something. So anyway, make a long story short, I have his number, his cell phone and stuff. But so I'm looking to text you for something about getting on Access 5 or some bullshit, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And I'm texting him the whole time.
That's beautiful.
He says, dude, what is this?
We're back.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Somebody sent me a money request from PayPal. Have you ever had that? I never heard of the guy in my life. He wants me to send him $785. Now, seriously, I have no idea what this is about. Don't recognize the request? Make sure you recognize this person. What the hell is that all about, folks? Anyway, I just got it. He said to pay up. Anyway, Joe, I got Brian Burns on. I want to bring Brian up. Hold on. Brian, Compass Insurance Group. You there, Brian? Okay, Brian, will you get a discount if you put on a new roof that's 24 years old? Should you call your insurance company and tell him he's not doing anything special, just putting on an asphalt roof, but he's in the
Absolutely. It's one of the biggest things we tell people when we call them is that, unfortunately, even if you have an insurance company pay for that claim, the underwriting department does not communicate with the claim department. So you need to make sure you let your agent know that you had your roof replaced so that they can update the policy and give you a discount.
Great stuff, Brian. Thank you. And that's Compass Insurance Group. I love all of the information they give us. Thank you, Brian. So bottom line is you do it. Okay, I'm going to let you go now. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, that's Brian Burns, Compass Insurance. Always get your insurance checkup, 303-996-9000. Okay, I read that a little wrong. It definitely was a recent ruling. It was. Here's what they're saying. The vaccine mandate from the University of Colorado back in September of 2021 clearly violates the Constitution according to the U.S. Court of Appeals and 10th Circuit Court on a decision just released. It wasn't a decision back in 2021, I'm sorry. It was the mandate released September 2021, and the mandate was ruled as clearly unconstitutional. Now, this was a result of a lawsuit, but there are many other colleges that did the same thing, and universities, by the way, employers. You know what's amazing to me is the right to privacy on your body, what they're invoking when they talk about abortion. You know, the same right should be extended for anything like that, right? So, bottom line, unconstitutional. Now, I know people are going to say, well, was that a conservative judge or a liberal judge? You know, of course, we always ask that. We never accept things, do we? Unless we know where it's coming from. By the way, renewhomeinnovations.com, the reason I'm mentioning it, someone wanted to know, do you really get 72 months to pay with no interest? Absolutely yes. Now, you can call them for your bathroom, 303-904-2000. I just wanted to recognize that because it was a text message, and they wanted to know if that's true. It is. 72 months, no interest. Also, they do it in 2 or 3 days. RenewHomeInnovations.com. Now, on another note, the non-compete clause is shot down, so workers have more rights if you are looking to get you just want to get another job and put yourself out to bid. They can't hold you to say you can't work for a competitor. Now, also, did you hear that if you work this summer and you stay with your job, young people, you get an extra $1,000 from the city of Denver? That is a true story. Yep, the Denver mayor loves spending money unless it's on the police department. But he'll give you $1,000 if you're in high school and you work for the summer and stay with your job. You got to find out more. That's Denver for you. So we're simply out of time, folks, and it's important that I tell you 303 Martino. You can call 24/7 for help, information. Get your number in there. We'll call you back, 303-627-8466.
You're clear, buddy.
Thank you, Brad.
Oh, sure, Tom.
Bye.